Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Section 10 Podcast. Here are your hosts, Jared Carabas, Coley Mick, and Pat Light.
What's up and welcome back to the Section 10 Podcast, episode 447, presented by Barstool Sports. It is the home of your soon-to-be 2022 World Series champion, Boston Red Sox. My name is Jared Carabas, and I am a certified G and a bona fide stud, and you can't teach that. And this right here, this is Coley Mick, and he's 7 foot tall, and you can't teach that. And this right here, this is Pat Light, and he had a 23 ERA with the Red Sox, and you can't teach that. Bada boom. Realest guys in the room. Gary, how you doing?
What up, Section 10 in the building.
In the motherfucking building. Suck one.
Mm-hmm.
Suck one.
Yeah. So, we're back. We're doing an episode of the Section 10 Podcast, which is America's most beloved podcast. Pat, this is gonna be a special episode for you. If this is your first episode of Section 10 ever, which I can't imagine that it would be, maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe you're listening to this for a contract update or something like that. That's not first on the docket. First on the docket this week is last episode. Pat Light was not 2 hours late. 2 hours late for the recording. And if you missed the episode entirely, then you don't know that Pat was the one who chose what time we were recording. So it was kind of like a double whammy. He was 2 hours late. He was the one that picked the start time for the podcast. I said it was a fair deal. I said we'll put out a poll to the Section 10 listeners, and if they decide that they don't accept Pat's apology, that we would open up the voicemail line. The voicemail line is, it's a Section 10 staple. We used to do this back in 2015. That team sucked. They were in last place. That was really the birth of the legend of Joe Bruzo. Shout out Joe Bruzo. Where fans would call in and they would, air their grievances. It wasn't like hey, let's ask a question and then the guys will answer it. It was like, hey, let me lose my shit on the voicemail about this team that's terrible. Now we just have Pat Light, who has spat in the faces of every listener of this podcast. Just right in their face. So we said, hey, do you guys forgive Patrick Light? Patrick James?
Yeah.
Patrick James Light. Do you forgive him? You know what they said, Pat?
What'd they say?
They said no.
Okay.
They said we do not forgive you.
To be fair,
So because of that,
41% said yes.
I don't know what they were on, but
Okay.
it's just
Great people.
yeah. There are a lot of forgiving people that listen to Section 10. There's a lot of great people. Every person that listens to this podcast, great person.
Of course.
Tremendous people. But I think a lot of them just wanted to see the voicemail line open back up. And so Jake, shout out to Jake, went in there, started a new voicemail line, and we got about 6,000 emails. So or voicemails. I don't know that we're going to be able to get to all 6,000. And at the start of this podcast, I believe it's up to 7,000 voicemails now for Pat Light. All for Pat Light. There's no one that left a voicemail that was for anything other than Pat, Jake.
No, yeah, every single one was for Pat.
So, yeah, I think I don't know how you want to do this, Coley. Do we want to kind of sprinkle some in, and then we'll just get on another tangent, and then we'll be like, all right, time out, time for more voicemails. I mean, there's no way we're gonna want to just get them all out there all at once, right? That's not something that we want to do.
I mean, I can see both sides of it. Like, I think sprinkling them in randomly would be very funny.
Yeah.
But
We were just talking about Trash Island, and then we were just like, all right, timeout voicemails, and we just played a bunch.
Yeah, I also think just drowning him in like an hour straight of voicemails also funny.
Well, I mean, we can do both. We could we have enough voicemails to drown him for an hour, bring him back up for air, talk about something else, and then hold his head back down.
Right.
Yeah. Jake, are we able to play them so that we can hear them like on the show? Or are you gonna have to like drop them in or something?
I'm just gonna hold up my phone to the mic, and then I'll probably put the actual audio for the show. But just for us right now, we'll be able to hear it. Okay, let's just hear one. Let's just hear one. Coley?
Grateful Dead.
What?
The name of the drink is a Grateful Dead.
Oh, was it really?
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I couldn't remember for the life. So obvious in retrospect.
Based off what's in the drink, Grateful Dead makes a whole lot of sense.
At that point, too, I remember, and the people listening don't know why I said that, and I'm not going to explain it. It was, at the time, like the most alcohol you could get in a single drink, like legally. That's why I was my go-to. But yeah, Jake, go ahead. Continue.
Go ahead,
Apologies.
All right, first voicemail for Pat.
Pat, come on. Sensitive, unpunctual. I mean, it's great listening to the boys rip you apart, but it'd be cool if you could actually be part of the show. Just get it together, man. Stop being a drunk.
Stop being a drunk.
I was actually hoping that he had just said, Pat, come on. And that was the end of it. Like, that would have been great. But then he was kind of rambling in the middle, really ended strong with the stop being a drunk.
Yeah. I mean,
what hurts the most there, Jared, what hurts the most there, and you know this, my previous two girlfriends, when breaking up with me, both called me a drunk. So it seems like it's a common theme. Coley has been known to call me a drunk on many occasions.
That's not true.
Several occasions you've called me a drunk.
I will say this.
Definitely not several.
I've
said you like drinking.
I think you've called me an alcoholic.
That's different than calling you a drunk.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
You can function
way
as an alcoholic.
Way classier.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
My retort to one part of that voicemail, Pat talked a lot in the show that once he showed up 2 hours late, he talked a lot in that episode. So I think he was
referencing me not being there in the beginning while you guys were ripping me apart and me not being a part of that.
Got it. Jake, another one, please.
Okay.
All right, number 2.
Hey, guys. I'm at work right now. I work in a hospital. Just got off COVID, shut up COVID. Just wanted to know, random question from Pat. Why is Pat such a fucking liar? That really bothered me. I was listening to it today, the new episode. He's a liar.
All right, Pat, why did you lie about the misunderstanding? It was not a misunderstanding. You were late.
Well, to be fair, I gave good points as to why it could have been a misunderstanding. I gave sound points.
Right.
But listen, we're gonna move on. It was a lie. I know a lot of people are shocked when they hear that. And a lot of people believe me. But it was indeed a lie.
Coley.
Okay.
Had you spent, just for clarification, the previous night drinking more than normal?
Are you asking?
I'm asking. I'm not accusing. I'm asking.
Okay. More than normal?
Like, not your normal drunken, but like normal for like, what was it, a Wednesday? Yeah, normal
like,
for most people's Wednesday.
Had I consumed the amount of alcohol that you consumed the night before the last episode, would I be in the hospital?
We might still not have heard from you to this point.
Okay. All right. That's an honest answer.
The big thing was I was not in my own bed when I woke up. That was the big thing. I was all the way across town, so I couldn't get back in time.
You just wandered into some random apartment because you were so blackout you couldn't remember where you lived.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Again, your words.
Yeah, of course.
Jake, how about one more? How about one more before we can get into a little Red Sox talk?
Let's do it.
What's up? What up? Nick Julian in the building. I'm in the Dominican Republic right now, or should I say, hola, yo soy en la República Dominicana. I'm scouting some local talent for the Sox. Anyway, Pat Light sucks. Adios.
Again,
So
terrible middle.
Yeah. The only portion of that about me was just Pat Light sucks. Adios is what I heard at the end there. That was it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. As promised, we're gonna do a little Red Sox talk. Coley, did anything happen?
Nope.
Jake, how about another voicemail?
Okay.
What's worse for Pat, being a disappointment to the Section 10 audience or being a disappointment to the Red Sox?
Wow.
All right, answer that's a good question. Which for which act that you've committed do you feel more shame?
Well, feel more shame. I tell you, I mean, I got many hateful messages on Twitter throughout my career.
Yeah.
Not 7,000 probably, but I've got many hateful messages. I also was not forced to listen to these messages
Right.
on a podcast, so I would feel
A lot of people
more
listen
shame.
to this.
I will feel more shame for this one. However, my signing bonus for the Red Sox was a bit more than the one for Barstool.
Right.
So I think overall, the bigger disappointment would be the Red Sox.
Got it. I did
Love
see
answering these questions.
It's a good question. It was a good question.
Great question. Thanks.
Yep.
Thanks for that.
Thanks for the question.
Yeah,
I did see today Brock Holt posted an Instagram picture with Mookie Betts and Andrew Benintendi. And, I tweeted the picture with like the crying emoji. And then you get these people that are like, dude, move on, get over it, blah, 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 blah. And I've made this point on Twitter. I don't know. I can't remember if I made it on the podcast or not. But I don't understand the fans that are like, you can't have an emotional connection with players once they leave, or there's no sentimental value to players once they're not on your team anymore. It's like, his UZR and his wins above replacement, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's, all right, fine. What I said was, you can still agree with the decision to move on from certain guys. There's turnover on professional sports teams. That doesn't mean that you can't see a picture of 3 dudes that won a championship with your favorite team and be like, damn, that hits you in the feels a little bit.
That won a championship. One of them is one of the best players in the league. The other one just won a Gold Glove, right? Benintendi.
And then Brock was there too.
And Brock. I was thinking this too, Pat. I think I've been way meaner to Brock during our relationship than I've ever been to you.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't complain. So there's that. You were talking to the other Rocket Senior earlier, Jared, on the tweet box machine. I'm still emotional about him leaving. That was 25 Coley, fucking years ago.
I'm happy that you brought that up, that tweet exchange with Roger Clemens, and I would love to talk about that exchange after this voicemail.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Jared, Coley, Jake, I'm a big fan, but
thank you.
I think I'm here to stick up for Pat Light. Not only do I forgive him for missing the first half of the show, I don't think he should apologize for that at all. However, I do think that he should apologize for being on the second half of the show because he sucks. Thanks, guys. I'll hang up and listen.
I think that was Steve.
That was some M. Night Shyamalan shit going on. I did not see that twist ending. I mean, I thought for sure that Pat was going to have some support. I mean, what would you say? 41% people said don't open up the voicemails?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, that's a solid percentage of people that support Pat Light, and I thought that was going to be one of them. Turns out it was not.
No, that guy I would argue he was the meanest so far because he was pumped when you weren't on the show.
Yeah. That's mean.
I should be apologizing for being on.
Mm-hmm. I don't think that that's true. I love when you're here, Pat. That's why we're punishing you, is because when you weren't here, I was like, what the fuck? I'm mad. So now I want you to be here.
Yeah.
How do you feel so far, Pat?
Not tremendous.
All right, let's switch it up a little bit. Pat, what was your favorite Christmas present that you got this year?
I think we went over this last episode.
That you got?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Would you get a grill?
No, I got. No,
then we didn't go over it.
I got a record. I am a big record player guy.
Oh, so funny you mention it because you were mentioning how you like Frank Sinatra and all those guys. My mother heard that and she was like, "Oh, I have some records that Pat might be interested in. So you might be able to add to your little record collection via Ellen Carabas."
That'd be terrific. Tell her thank you.
You can tell her yourself.
I'm sure I will.
She would love to hear from you.
I bet.
Mm-hmm.
You know who I bet's not on these voicemails?
Who?
Ellen.
I mean, she's texted me before saying that she loves you.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think she's on these voicemails saying bad things about me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, she's definitely not. No, she wouldn't do that. That's mean.
No.
Ellen's a very kind-hearted woman.
The best.
Yeah. Contract update. I still don't have one.
Love that.
I think we're talking though. I mean, like I said, like I'm not sweating it. I think it's I think Dave. I listened to the Dave Portnoy show tonight. Just came out, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm confident that we'll get something done." I was like, "You know what, Dave? Me too." It is funny though to kind of sit back and see the reaction on the internet of speculation and things of that nature, and people being like, "Well, he doesn't do gambling. He doesn't do football. There's no way he makes the company any money. So they're probably just not going to renew him because he's not worth it."
And that's just been from me.
And that's just from Coley and Pat on a burner.
I do get asked a lot about it.
But what?
You're a contract.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's funny to read that stuff. It's funny. I think
Coley, did you get asked about mine?
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just want to double check that.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm not sweating bullets. I did apply for a job at Starbucks today.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it would be funny. Like while I'm technically unemployed, I just want to like learn a skill or like do like a fun job that I would never have another opportunity to just work at a Starbucks. And I want to see what that looks like if I get the job at Starbucks. I'm fingers crossed. If I just threw a tweet out there and was like, "Hey, my shift is 3 to 7, come on by," to see how soon before like Saugus police would have to send a detail cop to
do you think the coffee shop has a 3 to 7 shift?
I mean, I would imagine that they would cater to what my schedule is, my availability.
To you?
If I'm like, if this is all I'm available for, well,
perhaps.
Who knows?
You know what? You've never been a barista. I've never managed a Starbucks, so you're right.
Correct.
Maybe.
We don't know. But I think it would be cool if I got the job and then I just told people what my shift was just to see what the turnout would be. I'd be interested to see.
You could theoretically just say that about a Starbucks and just like sit across the street and see if like a swarm comes.
I guess, but I feel like I would have to have some sort of proof. Like, here's my Starbucks uniform, or like a picture of me in the Starbucks, like at the drive-thru with like a big thumbs up. And just be like, I'm working 3 to 7, come on by.
We could Photoshop that.
Yeah. I mean, they would probably just like give me a uniform just to do it. But I mean, like, they would probably hate me for doing that. It's like, now we have to like work so hard. That would be terrible.
Yeah, how many people are leaving tips at Bucks?
Well, that's what I'm saying is like a lot of it is on like the Starbucks app, which I'm not sure if you can leave a tip with that or not, but
right.
That's what I would try to do is like if I'm going to work at Starbucks for a couple of weeks, like Let's get those tips up for my people, for my coworkers. Like that's what I would try to bring value wise, because I'm not gonna be able to like learn how to make a good coffee in 2 weeks. It's just not gonna. Like I don't have any knowledge of that whatsoever. It's not like I'm making coffee in my apartment. I'm like, hey, let me sprinkle some of that magic over here at the Bucks. That's not what I'm doing.
No, not what you're doing.
What other jobs do you think I could apply for where it would be like fun like that, Coley?
There was a job posted just today.
Yeah, I saw that.
That I feel
and we'll get to that job right after this voicemail.
Hey, Pat. My name is also Pat. So every time they ask you a question or something on the pod, I think they're talking to me, and it really throws me off. So the least you could do is show up on time. Thanks.
I didn't think about that. We probably don't have a lot of Coley listeners, and probably not a lot of Jared listeners either. Like
I don't know of any.
Right. So we've never really run into this problem before.
At any type of meet and greet that we've had, I don't think anyone has ever come up to me and been like, "My name's Jared too."
Right. Yeah, you'd remember that.
I would definitely remember that.
So you might need a new name.
Yeah. What would you, if you could rename yourself, Pat? What would you name yourself? What do you think you look like?
I can tell you the second option that my mother was thinking about, and the one that was preferred by her, was Steven.
See, that wouldn't work either.
No, I wouldn't like that name.
We already did that.
Didn't work.
We've already been there and done that.
What about like
you look like
Matthew?
No,
I was thinking like a Dominic.
No,
Dominic.
He looks like he could be a Scott.
I don't see Scott.
I don't see Scott either.
I was thinking more Italian.
I'm not Italian though.
Does he look like a Max?
You're dark haired. Max, maybe.
He could be a James, his middle name.
It could be.
Well, I was thinking a PJ. He could be a PJ.
He could be a PJ. Yeah, you could definitely be like an abbreviated name.
I don't think so.
How many Pats did you go to school with?
Very few.
Really?
Yeah, Patrick's not that common of a name. At least not when I was growing up, it wasn't.
My dad's name is Patrick.
New Jersey.
It doesn't mean it's common.
Patrick's pretty I mean, where we're from, it's extremely common.
Well, a much more Irish area up in by you guys than down by me.
Well, you're from New Jersey, right?
Yeah, much more Italian.
Yeah, that's hence why I was thinking Italian names.
Yeah. But as I'm saying, it wasn't very common for me down here.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see like a Shane. Is he a Shane?
No, I don't see a Shane.
Definitely not Shane.
So who's your like celebrity doppelganger that you get told?
I actually just posted about this today because it's somehow coming up more and more on TikTok that I look like Jim from The Office.
What?
Okay.
So it'd be Jim. Was it John Krasinski?
Yeah, John Krasinski.
Oh, okay. Boston guy.
I guess everyone looks like a John, so that doesn't really say much.
Yeah. I've been told in my high school days, Michael Phelps.
I could see that.
I
too.
could see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if you had a properly shaped head and ears, yeah, you kind of look.
Yeah.
That was a compliment.
That was yeah.
I said if you had a properly I'm saying if his head and ears weren't as big as they are.
Yes. Okay. I thought you said if I had properly.
No, I think I may have said that, but it's not what I meant.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Anyone tell you that you look very symmetrical, Pat?
No, not everyone has told me that, but thank you. I heard in a recent study that symmetrical people are oftentimes one of the reasons why people find people attractive.
Oh, symmetry.
It's science.
I could see that. How about another voicemail, Jake?
Oh.
Hey, fellas, it's Colby. I was just calling to see a question for Pat. Pat, did you have any nicknames growing up, playing ball, and going through into the bigs? Because I know the thing about Section 10 is they got a whole bunch of funky nicknames for Sox players. So, yeah, anything fun when you were in the bigs or the minors? Because, you're mostly in the minors. Thanks.
Uncalled for.
I mean,
It
we
was
almost
such a
got there.
good-
That was almost just
Yeah.
like a straight call for Pat. I mean, that's a good question, though. Nicknames, Pat?
No, I
Patty
I
Nips.
can't. Yeah, that was something that you said once.
Mhm.
The only thing that people called me was PJ. It was with Pittsburgh, and it's solely because I didn't like being called PJ.
Did anyone? It sounds like not a lot of people were just talking to you. Baseball is like the biggest nickname sport out there. You had nothing.
I don't remember ever being called anything else. I mean, no. I don't remember being called anything besides Pat.
I mean,
Maybe
Pat
I'm
in
wrong.
itself
Maybe
is
I should have.
Pat is a nickname if you think about it.
Technically speaking.
Definitely. It's definitely a nickname.
Yeah.
You know, I did have a baseball thought, and
Okay.
I know that we've been super positive so far on this show, but I think we're getting closer and closer to the inevitability of missing games. Coley?
I've brought up two things that we've thrown to voicemails for, and then we've come back and not
Oh
addressed
yeah,
the two
that's
things.
true. That's true. All right, we can save missing games. What was the
Well, there was
first
Roger
one?
Clemens. Roger Clemens.
Oh,
first.
right. You're right. Yeah, Roger Clemens threw a tweet out there, and he said that he was looking to be more active on social media. And I said, let's talk. And then he said, let's talk. So I don't know. I mean, he, by the way, I think I can't remember if I said it on the show or not, but he did agree to come on Section 10.
Yeah.
It's just that like his sons kind of run everything for him. I asked him to come on. He said yes. He said, email my son. I emailed his son. We tried to set something up. And I think like either he was busy one day or the day that they suggested, like I was traveling. And then we just kind of like time took over and it never happened yet. But yeah, he's agreed to come on. And now he followed me on Twitter tonight. So yeah, I think we're inching closer. But like if you were put yourself in the mind of the Section 10 listener, would you want that interview right now, or would you want it after he gets inducted into the Hall of Fame, which I believe that's going to happen this year?
I don't know if we might be looking at no one getting to the Hall of Fame this year.
No, where are we at right now? With some of the
Wasn't
some of the voting
Ortiz the leader? Like the last time I checked, which was probably over a week ago, Ortiz was the leading vote getter for everyone.
Yeah, he was.
maybe-
But
yeah.
I think Clemens and Bonds are over the threshold right now for public ballots.
Are
Out
they?
of the public ballots right now, there are 130 public ballots, which is about 35%. Barry, and this doesn't make any sense to me. Barry is on 81%, so he clears. He would get in. But it's worth noting again that the public ballots, those percentages need to be kind of a little bit juiced because it will come down with the ballots that are not public. So 81%, if it's 81% on like the public ballots, then out of all the ones that have been submitted, he'll probably, like, he's cutting it close type deal. Roger Clemens, 79.6%. So he clears, but you have to factor in that the non-public ballots, a lot of them probably won't vote for him. And then David Ortiz is 82.5%. So right now, only 3 of them are in the green. And I mean, I guess it would kind of be cutting it close for Clemens, who's 79.6, and I guess Bond's 81, and then you got Poppy at 82.5. Yeah. So we'll see. It could happen. I think it's weird that people, because before, in years past, Clemens used to have a higher voting percentage than Bonds, and now Bonds has a higher voting percentage than Clemens. I just don't understand the logic ever of voting for one but not both. It does not make any sense. They are one and the same.
Not even that, but like it's trickled to the point now where like Sammy Sosa's one of 7 people with 600 home runs?
Something like that.
Like, I don't understand. He has no support. Like, he's barely going to stay on the ballot. Sheffield, Sheffield's numbers, I think, are a lot better, especially his peak are a lot better. And he was kind of like Ortiz, only just like loosely tied to, like he just played in the era. So if we're just going to erase this whole era, I don't understand why other guys have gotten in recent years. Like it's just baseball's made themselves a big fucking mess, and it's infuriating.
I think with Sosa, it's probably the voters saying like this guy wouldn't have been a Hall of Fame caliber player without steroids versus.
But that's
Clemens.
such a blurred line to draw.
You're playing God. I get it. It's stupid. It is stupid, but I get that line of thinking. Like if Sosa didn't juice, would he be a Hall of Famer? Yes or no? A lot of people are saying no, but I just don't understand the people that look at their ballot and they check off Clemens but not Bonds, or they check off Bonds but not Clemens. I just don't understand that. Do not get it. It's just like a matter of like Roger Clemens was mean to me one time. That's why he's not getting my vote.
Stupid.
Yeah. So I don't know.
But I would rather him on after the Hall of Fame if he gets in. I think that'd be the better timing for it.
I'd almost prefer before, just because I don't want him to lose any like resentment. Like the ballot's already cast. There's nothing they can do. So like I don't want him to. I want to hear his raw feelings on like being kept out for as long as he's been kept out. I don't want him to be like relieved he finally got in.
Yeah. Also, I'm sure that the line of requests that he's going to get if he gets in is going to be astronomical.
Correct.
But I'm sure even now that it's Hall of Fame season, so I'm sure he's getting a fuck ton of requests now anyway. But at least we're on the list. We're on the list of people that he follows. He's on the list, or we're on the list of people that he's at least said yes to doing something with. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. What was the other thing, Coley?
A job opportunity.
Oh, yes. We'll get to that right after this voicemail.
Hey, guys. Cole from Lexington here. Long-time listener, first-time caller. What's going on with Pat Light? I mean, the guy's a mess. First off, drunk. Second off, not showing up. I really think the right move is to put him on military time, like Jake said. Let's square things away here. Thanks, guys.
Military time is a good idea. How soon do you think it would take you to adjust to military time, Pat?
A good bit.
I mean, you just subtract 12.
Yeah, maybe, but you have to remember, like at least the first day or two, I'm gonna look at the clock and be like, "What the fuck is that?" I'm not gonna think about it at first. So it's gonna take me a few days to even realize that I'm on it.
Yeah,
and then I gotta start doing math.
Yeah.
Who wants to do math when you look at the clock? I don't.
You said you're gonna wake up and not know what time it is? Is that what you just said?
The majority of the time when I look at the clock. Well, that's true. That would be if I slept late. If I slept late.
If we have a podcast that day, you'll probably sleep until 1500. But
exactly 1500.
Every other day, you'll be fine.
3.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. There you
go. If I take a nap, how about a midday nap? Bar owner, you stay out late.
Yeah.
You gotta run the bars. So then you come home, you don't get a lot of sleep, and now you end up sleeping until, let's say, 9 or 10, because I'm now old. I just wake up no matter what. And then I have to take a midday nap, and I wake up. I don't know what time it is. Am I supposed to be at the bar? Am I not supposed to be at the bar? Is it what's 1800? I don't know what the fuck the 1800 is. Now it's a whole thing.
6.
So like a week or so.
Okay. What just happened, Cole? You watching the Celtics?
Yeah, has to be the most infuriating ending to a game I've ever seen.
What happened?
Just play voicemail.
Jake, play voicemail for us, please.
Hi, Pat. This is Matt from CBS calling to let you know that your applications to intern on The Late Show and The Late Late Show have both been rejected on account of your applications themselves being late. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
Damn, you were trying to get another job already?
Listen, I cover my. I thought I was getting fired.
So you.
But why would they call this line in order to tell me?
I mean, apparently they wanted us to know that you were trying to get gainful employment somewhere.
Listen, people got to do what they got to do.
I mean, I guess
there's 7,000 voicemails of people being upset about me. So
right. Do you feel bad yet?
About being late?
Yes.
I have always felt bad.
Okay.
I'm a truly professional human being. I let down not only my colleagues but friends of mine. Listen, it's not a exciting time for me.
No, I mean it should be because at the end of the day, all these people are calling in for you. Like no one's even. I don't even think anyone has said Jared or Coley, or they definitely haven't addressed anything.
I think several people have said your guys' names, but listen, several people were calling out my name against that Angels team when I was, back in 2016. It didn't make me feel great.
Yeah.
When John Farrell gave the old slap on the ass and you're going back out next inning, didn't make me feel great.
Right.
Especially when he did that and Mookie and Travis Shaw are laughing at the end of the dugout because I have to go back out there. And then taking one step out of the dugout and 40,000 people booing you. Yeah. Didn't feel great. So listen, it comes,
You think all 40 were still there after what they had just witnessed?
I think so. I was putting on quite the show.
Interesting. Actually, sad news to get to after this voicemail.
Oh yeah.
Hey guys, Jeff from Maryland here. This question is mainly for Pat. Pat, you obviously missed a ton of stuff over the years. Strike zone just a ton of times. The beginning of recording for the last podcast episode. So if you even did show up, for this one, I'm wondering what you missed the most about playing professional baseball. Thanks.
That's a good question. What do you miss most about playing professional baseball?
I also want to make it clear that he said some of the things I've missed was the strike zone over the years.
Well, I mean,
not incorrect.
No, objectively correct. Doesn't make me feel any better about myself.
No.
But what do you miss the most?
I have never gotten a better high than pitching really well.
What are the drugs you've tried?
I've done. I smoked weed like once or twice, but that was actually a really good story when I did medical marijuana once.
You have to save that for Pat's piece.
Yeah,
Coley's reaction to this Celtics game. By the way, head on over to the Section 10 YouTube channel to watch Coley die in real time because of the Celtics. I don't know if we miss Steve for stuff like this because he's a huge wrestling fan. I don't think you guys are gonna get this, but Steve would. There was a time where Kane strapped those things that you hook up to a car to jump it, like those electrodes.
Yeah.
Jumper cables. He attached those to Shane McMahon's testicles and then electrocuted his testicles. That's what Coley just looked like watching the end of the Celtics game.
I would have preferred that. I don't know what.
Would a voicemail make you feel better?
Maybe. We'll see.
All
Better be Jake. If you've got a pile of really funny ones, I'd go into that pile.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jake.
Patrick, this will only take me 23.63 seconds. You're doing your best, Pat. You're getting out there. Not a lot of us can be up by 11 a.m. in the morning. I mean, that's just, I don't know who gets up that early. But you know what, Pat? You're doing your best. Just like you did your best in the majors. You tried your best to get that ball somewhat over the plate. Oh, well, guys. See ya.
See? That was nice. That was encouraging. You're doing your best. And at the end of the day, that's all anyone could ever ask for,
That's all. Gave it 110%.
110%. What were we talking about before that? Oh, the drugs that Pat's done.
Yeah.
We'll have to save the marijuana story for Pat's piece. What else is on the list?
I did cocaine once.
Okay.
And I did Molly once.
No shrooms.
No, I've never done shrooms. Don't they make you hallucinate?
Yep.
Not really.
No,
a little bit.
That's not that would freak me out.
Acid's more the hallucinating one. Mushrooms, you're gonna be in it's classified as a hallucinogenic. So I don't want people being like, "What are you talking?" It's just not the way it's portrayed in movies and cartoons is not how they really. That's acid more than mushrooms. You can see some trippy shit, but it's more mental, introspective.
Yeah.
I can see Pat dabbling with some shrooms.
Some boomers.
I'm actually not a drug guy in any way.
Yeah, same.
I can't remember the last time I did them.
I mean, Molly rules. Molly's really fun.
I'm such a prude when it comes to drugs. I've never done any really.
They're all pretty good.
The guy I did Molly with actually ended up in jail.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is he out?
Because did you snitch him out for having Molly?
Former Red Sox.
Oh. Okay. I mean, I'm not going to guess because I'm sure.
Still in jail?
No, not anymore.
Oh, okay.
What the fuck? I mean, I feel like we would.
Never got. He was a big prospect, but he never got past high A, so he might never even got on your guys' radar.
High A. Real high A, it sounds like. I don't appreciate that Pat thinks my radar doesn't go below high A.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Coley is essentially the
Mine?
unpaid.
I mean, I don't know, but I would imagine that anyone down there would have to be like a top 5 prospect for you to know them. No?
Coley knows Red Sox minor leaguers that I've never even heard of before.
Okay. Jared one day last summer just texted me because I think I retweeted a highlight from Portland, and he was like, "Why isn't this guy in? Like, why haven't you talked about this guy before?" And it was fucking Johan. And I was like, well, that's because he's 28 in the Double A, but he's nasty. He is Vladdy Jr., but he's just like 24. He's a little too old for that level, so it's like probably not going to happen, which sucks because he's fun. He's fun as shit.
There were like minor league players that Coley was telling me about and showing me their like highlights and their interviews. And I'm like, these dudes are cartoon characters. Like these, like they have no shot of ever like being like a top prospect, but they are absolutely electric human beings that I became invested in their story. Who was the dude that I was like I was beside myself because I didn't know who he was. He just Sox homers.
Big Joe Davis?
Yes, Big Joe Davis. Like,
we need Big Joe Davis on the podcast. He would be electric on the show. That's a fact.
Yes. Like, I didn't know who he was, and Coley's like, you got to check this guy out. And I like searched him on Twitter. I'm just for like 20 minutes. I'm just scrolling through, and he's just socking dingers. His name's Big Joe Davis. And then he did an interview. He's a charming young man.
Yeah.
That's like that. You know what? In 2022, that's what we're going to be doing more of. We're going to be highlighting Red Sox minor leaguers that you might not find them on SoxProspects.com in the top 10, in the top 20, in the top 30. But you're going to find them here. You're going to be able to root for these guys if you go to Salem or if you go to Portland or Worcester. It's incredible how many players in the Red Sox organization don't know how to say Worcester. Like, you live there, dude. Like, how do you not know where you live? Worcester.
It's shocking. I mean, yeah, it's funny how far we were looking for bullpen help, like back when we were in HQ2 still. We were just talking about it. And I was like, what about the fucking guy we just took out of TCU, Dalton Furbush? And like I've changed minor leaguers' legal names on this program, Pat. If this show existed when you had got drafted, I would have gassed you up so much.
True. I did on the baseball show on Comcast. I did the baseball show with Lou Merlone, me, Lou, and Evan, and Pat was either in AA or AAA. I think it was. Can't remember if it was 15 or 16. Had to have been 16 before you got called up. And I was like, the Red Sox have this dude, Pat Light, in the minors, and he just blows 100, and our bullpen is fucking trash. Why is he not up here? Like, why? I just couldn't make any sense of it. I would love to go back and find that tape. If it has to be like, your call up was what, late June?
No, my call up was the 3rd week of April.
Oh man, you were so not noticeable then.
Maybe
because the Angels game was like the first week of July. It was like the day before the 4th of July, right?
Yeah, that was my second call up though.
Oh, I thought you just got called up and they kept you up. All right, so then it really won't be hard to find because it was one of the first few weeks of April.
Because you hadn't been called up. The thing is, though, I was pitching well in April. I got called up, but the only time I ever pulled was the only time I could ever pull. Getting Scott on my side to get called up was that second call up because once I got sent down, like I didn't give up a run for like a month and a half, 2 months, and I was like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing down here still. Like the bullpen wasn't pitching well. They obviously needed help. And they wouldn't call me up. So that's the only time I ever got my agent involved in anything. And I got Scott involved. And I think that's one of the reasons why my post-game meeting didn't go so well after I pitched bad against the Angels when they were setting me down. But
how did that meeting go, Pat?
Not great.
Mm-hmm. What were some of the things that were said in that room?
You can't just go down to AAA and throw splitters and think you're going to get away with it in the big leagues. That's the one thing I remember specifically.
Did John say that, Pat?
John did say that. I really liked John. That meeting did not make me think highly of him afterwards.
Mm-hmm. You guys have since mended fences.
I haven't even spoken to him since.
Okay.
I would though. I would though. Like he a mutual friend of ours ran into him and he's told him to say hello to me and all that stuff. Like I have no ill will towards John. I just think he handled that meeting pretty poorly.
Yeah. I think he handled a lot of things poorly, Pat. You know. There are a lot of
like it's like a known thing. You call in your pitching coach into the meeting if you're going to send down a pitcher, and did not wait for Carl
Willis.
Carl came over. Big apology.
That is kind of weird to send you down after like one appearance when the entire staff was fucking trash that night.
Well, the thing with sending me down there is because you gave up so many runs, you went through so many pitchers, you need to send someone down.
Right.
They're going to pick the young guy, especially when the young guy threw 50 pitches and he's not going to be able to pitch again for 3 or 4 days anyway.
Right.
So it's going to be me regardless. But I mean, that's just baseball for you.
If you had gone out and thrown like 4 scoreless, they still probably send you down.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Unless one of the other guys that's a little bit older was struggling going into it and had an option left, which a lot of those guys don't have options left. You can't send them down.
Right. Did you see what Stats tweeted at me the other day?
No.
I was talking about the Ohio State, they play Utah Rose Bowl game. One of the wide receivers had 347 yards, like just an absurd day, like record-setting day. And I tweeted out his stat line, and Stats just goes, his brother, talking about the wide receiver's brother, and Josh Winkowski got into a brawl in the Arizona Fall League. Like,
oh yeah,
that's our number 13 prospect. Yeah, number 13 prospect. And Stats, like everyone else in the world's talking about this football game, and Stats was like, by the way.
Yeah. He was in, what deal was he in? They just got him recently.
Winkowski? That was the Benintendi deal.
Benintendi? Yeah.
Yeah. It was him. It was Freddie Valdez. It was, who were the other guys named?
So I was in, I want to say I was in Texas at the time of that brawl. That would have made sense. And I was like talking to people about it. And I don't want to misspeak, but I want to say that the two guys that fought each other might have been roommates at one point.
Oh boy.
I don't know if don't quote me on that, but it was something like that. Like there was a connection beyond like he threw at me and I charged him. Yeah.
Interesting. By the way, our pal Alex Pinellas has been added to Sox Prospects rankings finally, and he clocks in at number 18 in our system, which is pretty good.
I love that. Yeah, there's a bunch of, and I'm gonna ask Pat about that in a second because I find that stuff fascinating. But there, I don't know if I'm just gonna say hypothetically, right? Because I don't want to name names or anything like that. I don't want to allude to anybody. But there was one year a few years ago where I was watching a hitter at the plate and a pitcher on the mound, and the connection between the two gentlemen was that the hitter was dating the pitcher's ex-girlfriend. And like stuff like that, like you're not going to hear the broadcast being like, ooh, this could get juicy because he's fucking this pitcher's girlfriend, like stuff like that. But like I knew that was the backstory. So it was a juicy at bat for me to watch, but it wasn't publicly known. Have you, Pat, ever known anything like that, whether it was you personally, where it was like, oh, I'm facing this dude who's like girlfriend I hooked up with or something like that, or like I banged his mom or his sister, something like that? Like, has there ever been like a juicy backstory that the public just didn't know, whether it was you involved or like a teammate or something?
I wish I had a good story for you here. I don't. I've never came across that during my playing career, and not even with teammates that might have happened to. At least not that I can remember. The only thing I could even slightly remember is when I was in college. My brother went to Quinnipiac in Connecticut, which was in my school's conference, and I went up there for a party a little bit every now and again just to visit my brother. And some of the baseball guys tried to fight me there, and then we would play them like I think a week or two later. But other than that, I wish I had a better story for you. It just didn't exist in my playing career.
I know another story about a pitcher whose name you definitely know, and a position player who I believe was an all-star, maybe multi-time all-star. But the pitcher banged that hitter's mom. And I don't know that the hitter ever knew, but I heard the story from the pitcher, and it dates back, I think, before the pros maybe. But like stuff like that just like fascinates me when you're watching the game, but you have like this like juicy backstory. Like there should be more of that. That's how you get the young crowd to watch. Be like, all right, tune in the 7th inning because this guy's getting hot in the bullpen and he fucked that dude's mom and he's due up third. So back to you on the field.
It's like the real world of baseball.
Yeah. I mean, that stuff must happen all the time. Like if I've heard 2 of those stories, there has to be hundreds over, since in the years that we've been watching baseball. But yeah, I find that stuff interesting, and I'm sure other people do too.
Going back to the original question, which was like 30 minutes ago, in terms of just being in the bigs, I've always wondered like, how easy is it to be like, hey, I need another hat. Hey, I need a jacket, like team swag. Like how quickly are they on the ball with that kind of stuff?
Depends who you are.
I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah. It really depends who you are. As a young guy, you're happy to get one of everything. Like a hat I could get whenever I wanted.
Sure.
But like those jackets, they're stingy with them. Like
really?
It's not. Yeah. Like the Red Sox were one of the better clubs about it. But like, and if you're in the minor leagues, forget it. Like when you get the pass down stuff from the big leagues, and like if you're not tipping your clubby well, you're not getting dick. But in the big leagues, like they would help you a little bit. But if you're a rookie, which I never made past rookie status, it just wasn't like I was in Pittsburgh. I think it was the jackets. I wanted a jacket, and I went in to ask for one, and they flat out told me no, not until you have to step foot in Pittsburgh first. I was like, you fucking kidding me? I'm on the 40 man in Pittsburgh. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? The clubbies, some clubbies think they have like the most power in America, and it's quite frustrating.
I can see that.
You know what organization is great about that stuff? The Giants. The Giants, they spoil the fuck out of their players. Like I forget, it might have been, maybe it was Buster Posey or something like that, but it was like one of his like last games, and like they have like a suite for the family, and they've got custom jerseys for like his entire family with Posey on the back and stuff. I think it was Posey.
Probably. I mean, he's a little different.
But Yeah, but to be fair, like I said, it depends who you are. Like,
yeah,
if David
no doubt.
David Ortiz could have the whole clubhouse to himself if he really wanted to.
Right.
Like, they're just not going to do that. Like, for my last game in Boston, they didn't get a suite for my family. And all light jerseys.
Yeah, they got you a fucking
I will say, for my debut,
Greyhound
nice.
to Pawtucket.
Yes, not even. Drive yourself.
Yeah. Debut. That debut is an interesting thing. So, like, I guess what's that? Because every team, especially if you're a highly rated, like top 10 in that organization's prospect, which you obviously were, like, what is that moment like? Like, not necessarily from your perspective, but everything else that's happening. Like, your parents, obviously, it's not that far for them. I assume they're still in Jersey.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's like
he didn't debut in Boston.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. Okay, good point. Good point. So they do all that.
So yeah, you guys are familiar with Raquel. Raquel is fantastic. She took care of everything for me. She was just trying to make my life as easy as possible because she knows how much when you get called up. I mean, everyone comes out of the woodwork, and your phone just doesn't stop going for a while. So her job was just like take care of the important people to make sure the important people got to where they were supposed to go. So I gave her like I gave her my mother's contact, and everything was handled between me and my mom. Next thing I know, my parents and a couple close friends and the rest of my family were in Houston. So they did a great job with that. And then they got into Atlanta, which is actually where I made my debut.
Oh,
I want to get Raquel on this podcast so fucking bad, but she's like, it's not that she's shy because she's obviously like a very outgoing person. She just is like, I don't know if I'm not like interesting enough. I'm like, you're very fucking interesting. Like I feel like because if she's like still employed, it's like, can you still tell the stories that you want to tell?
I think it's a bad idea from her perspective. She definitely should
too.
I don't know.
The stories that she probably has.
Yeah. But I mean, like for the stories that are shareable, she's probably got some gems that would be wildly interesting because like one conversation that I had with her, we were talking about like all like the different championships because she's been there forever. And I think she said like the one that like she was like most proud of was like 2007 because she was like, that was the one where it was like, those were like all of our pieces that like we put together and stuff like that. So like, I don't know. I would just want to, cause she's been there for so long and there's just so much history there. And you don't normally see someone stay with an organization for that long. And she's still there. So yeah, I would love to interview her. I'll get her at some point. I think that's one of my goals for 2022 is to get her on the podcast.
Well, me and Raquel, we've stayed in touch a little bit. So yeah, it'd be great to talk to her again.
Yeah. It'd be great to hear another voicemail too.
Well, I think we can move. I think we ran out actually.
No, I think we're going to do another one.
I think we have a ton.
Yeah. There's a shit ton.
Yeah, hi. So I actually voted yes for this. Pat Light I think he's a decent man. He might not be the greatest pitcher on earth, at all, really. But at least you could like say to your kids, "Hey, I struck out Mike Trout," and it was like sort of a strike. So that's pretty cool. Regardless of what the other Section 10 guys say about you, we all appreciate you. We know, we know the grind that it took to get there, and the grind that it took to be where you're at right now with all your bars and everything. So, hopefully this gets on the podcast. I doubt it, but take care. Bye.
That was an honest, fair, good voicemail.
I enjoyed that one.
Yeah.
We could have maybe left out the whole. It might have been a strike against Mike Trout, but listen,
in the book, what does it say?
Strike.
Backwards K. That's all that we can. People have argued calls. Des Bryant still can't get over. Do you think you're Mike Trout's Des Bryant moment?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh man, that only could have been looking. There's no way anyone was swinging at that.
Especially not Mike Trout, who only swings at pitches down.
Strikes.
Okay. Strikes. Yeah.
So what? Wait, hold on. I feel like we're gliding past this pretty quick. Why doesn't everyone just hammer Trout with high fastballs?
it's just not that easy. I'm sure he still can hit high fastballs. He's still Mike Trout. He's a low ball hitter. He hits the low ball better than probably anyone in baseball.
Yeah.
And typically speaking, most pitchers are taught to throw the ball
Keep it
low.
low, yeah.
Yeah, it's not like I was never. I mean, granted, I'm not a control freak, obviously.
No chance.
So like, it's not me saying I couldn't really throw the ball up. It's not like everyone's like, oh, that must have been so tough because Pat sucked anyway. But I couldn't do it. There's a lot of guys that struggle throwing the ball up in the zone. You're just so much taught throw down, especially tall guys. You're just to throw it downhill.
Yeah.
And then you come up against a guy that can lift the ball down the zone. It's rare. And then he turns out to be the best player possibly ever. And you get Mike Trout.
I don't
get a backwards K for me.
I don't think I think he's gotten further away from that conversation than he was 3 years ago.
He just gets hurt too much.
That's part of it, but it's also like someone showed up to his team and was better at baseball than he was. Like, that's tough. Like, you can't be the second best player on your team, but somehow the best player of all time. Like, that's not how that works.
No, it's not how that works.
Yeah. It's a good point, Coley. It's a good point.
Thank you, Jared. I had written the article. Sorry, go ahead. You have a question for Pat.
No, go ahead.
I had written the article, Shohei Ohtani is better than Mike Trout.
Did that son of a bitch editor-in-chief shut it down?
No, I wrote it that night. The next morning, like in a Word document. The next morning, Mike Trout injured. What do they call it now? The IL?
Yeah.
60-day IL. And I was like, well, point doesn't fucking hit the way it would if he was healthy. Like, come on, stay healthy, brittle bones. Question for Pat.
Patrick, if there was one person, like your white whale Section 10 interview, where you could have someone in the baseball world on this podcast to interview, where you could get the best stories, the best chemistry, like you guys would just crush the interview, who would that person be?
Like, I had the best stories with this person?
Not even just like with, but it's like, there's a connection there. Like, this person has good stories. You know them, they know you, and you guys could yuck it up.
I mean, in the baseball world, it's no question Brian Johnson.
Yeah.
The stories that me and him have going through the minor leagues are there some of the best. I remember we were in Greenville, South Carolina, and we went to this dive bar, and I'm known to go to dive bars and just pump the jukebox with like $60, and everyone has to mandate to listen to my songs the rest of the night. And that's what I did this night. We just got hammered and talked to these two girls who I don't even remember if they were attractive or not, but we told this one guy he had to be an alcoholic, just sitting there also talking to the girls. It was just a real nice night. This bar, it's one of those bars that's like in like a supermarket plaza. Such a good time.
In South Carolina, yes.
Yes.
I told you this BJ story. So there's this girl that she lives in Boston, and like we hung out, and so like I'm back at her apartment and we're talking or whatever, and I forget how like the subject of like the Red Sox came up, but like it can't be that difficult to land on the Red Sox when we're having a conversation with me. But she was like, yeah, so there was this one player on the Red Sox that like I did go home with, but we didn't hook up. And I was like, what do you mean? I was like, what happened? And she just like described their evening. It was like, yeah, we just like got pizza and we hung out and we like watched, like, I forget like what show it was. It was some like fucking random ass weirdo TV show on Netflix. Like, yeah, we just watched this show and we like ordered pizza. And then I was like, all right, I'm going to go home now. And I was like, so how was your night with Brian Johnson? She was like, how the fuck did you know that? I was like, just a guess.
Brian's the best, man.
He literally is the best.
He just wants someone to watch some tunes with.
Yeah. Like, I think that's what I'm pretty sure it was like a cartoon. Like, I'm
1,000%
sure.
Obviously a cartoon.
Yeah.
Not
and it takes the slightest thing to BJ to be completely out on you. Like, if that girl says something, it could be so meaningless, but like he'll tell you the story next day and he'll be like, and she said she liked Parmesan cheese. I was done from there. I was done. I'll never speak to her again. I can't believe she would like that.
I slammed the door in her fucking face.
Yeah. I just don't like those types of girls. Those Parmesan cheese girls are overthinkers. That's not for me. I'm done. I was out. Never talked to her again. It's like, all right, BJ.
He's a very unique individual. We're going to have to get him on the podcast. I want to hear some of those stories, Patrick. I do.
They're it's a good time. BJ still plays. And BJ is a classic overthinker. Not necessarily overthinker. He gets nervous that stories will get leaked by him, and then people won't pick him up and stuff like that. So
we can wait.
It can wait. But if once he's done playing, then we got some stories for you.
Yeah. I think the only time that I went out with Pat and BJ at the same time was when I can't remember where we went first. We went to BJ's apartment first, and then from there I think we went to dinner, maybe, right?
I think we ate dinner there. I wasn't necessarily going to dinner, but we went to some higher end place in Seaport.
Yeah, and then we ended up at the Grand, where I personally was miserable. I was absolutely miserable. There was like some girl sitting next to me talking to me, and I couldn't be less interested. And I told her, because I didn't want her to feel bad. I was like, I'm having a terrible time right now. It's not because of you. I don't do clubs. It's not my thing. So I was like, you need to understand, my friend over there, Pat, he does not take no for an answer. Like, if I said that I wanted to leave at 11 p.m., he's gonna not let me go home. I was like, and the same probably could be said for BJ, but maybe not as much. I was like, Pat's not going to let me leave. So I was like, here's the deal. I am going to go to the bathroom, but I'm never coming back. So like, don't expect me to come back. I'm not like standing you up. I'm not blowing you off. Like, I'm just letting you know that I'm wildly uncomfortable at this club and I need to Irish goodbye, or else I'm on the hook for another 2+ hours minimum. And then who knows what happens after the bar closes and like what other shenanigans could happen. So I'm making my escape right now. So I leave, and then like the next morning, Pat is like, how much did you spend?
I don't remember. I think it was over $3,000.
It was like $3,000. $3,000, and I'm pretty sure like $2,000 was just like the tip.
Yeah, because I was trying to get BJ for the waitress.
Yes. Like he left. It was like we racked up a bill of like $300, and he tipped this girl like $2,700.
The bill was considerably more than $300. I did tip her. I think it was the opposite way around. I think it was like a $2,000 bill, and I tipped her $1,000.
Okay, that's way more, I guess.
Also, BJ hung out with that girl once, never spoke to her again because of something small.
So it wasn't worth it.
So
well spent. You should send him a Venmo request right now for $1,000.
I want to go back to, I was unemployed at that time. And BJ was in Major League Baseball, and I paid the tab.
Yeah.
That's a good
kind of fucked up.
I just remember waking up because we ended up going to BJ's house afterwards with a few friends.
Okay.
It was a late night. I actually have a video of, I think I still have it, of some of the shenanigans in that house. And I just remember looking at my Amex account on the train ride home and seeing like $3,200 at the Grand and being like, excuse me? I had like 4 people with me. I just remember that one girl. I remember that one girl, that brunette. There was one brunette I liked. The other one was a little weird. Both very attractive girls. Mm-hmm. And that one that I said like hello to came up to me in the middle of the club and like, asked me why I was talking to the other one. I was like, I don't know. She's nice. Mm. And then she's like, yeah, but are you serious? And I was like, who are you?
Yeah.
What do you mean am I serious? I don't know you. It's like acting like she was my girlfriend. I didn't even know her first name.
I feel like I'm not ready. There's a story with me and Pat that I want to tell at some point, but now's not the time.
Okay.
Now's not the time.
I don't remember what story this is.
Yeah.
Based off is it on the context of what I'm talking about? Or is it just reminding you of a story?
It's reminding me of a story.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. This was in New York.
I know what story you're talking about.
Yeah.
Immediately know what story you're talking about.
Yeah. The story took place
Great times.
In New York City. So we will get to that story another day. That'll be
another day, my friend.
Another day. Coley, do you have any stories with Pat Light?
No. I think
me and Coley haven't hung out all that much.
Yeah,
every time I've come to Boston, he won't come out with me.
You've never asked.
I asked literally every single time, please come out, and you immediately, to your credit, you immediately say, not gonna happen, Pat.
Not gonna happen.
I've never felt comfortable out in general. I take up far too much space. Bars are typically crowded.
Yeah.
It's
like
never
Coley,
been
like when I told the story about going to UMass Amherst for Halloween 2009, dressed as Jim Craig, the hockey goalie from the United States Olympic hockey team, in full goalie pads, trying to walk around a house in full goalie pads. That's how Coley feels every day when he goes to like crowded bars.
Luckily, I can see over everything, so I'm really good at like being able to like serpentine through. I'm more nimble than you would imagine. It's just I never cared for it, and it was like in my early 20s, I was extremely poor, so I was never out. And then we moved to New York, and I just worked all the time, so I didn't really take advantage of that either. And like a lot of places frown on you like smoking weed in their establishment, so it's like not like a lot for me here for being
not
truthful.
Green Rock.
Yeah, Green Rock. I mean, you can
shit on the floor in there.
Yeah, you can just do lines on the bar.
The health department is watching this. You cannot do that.
I think you can.
Would not allow that.
Would you, if you saw someone shitting in the middle of the floor, would you make them stop or would you let them finish and then kick them out?
Yeah, what's the protocol?
Would you like put like some newspaper down while he was finishing?
You know what I'm probably doing? I'm passing this off to my bouncers.
Your bouncers are gonna pick up shit?
Oh no, they won't clean it up. I have people for that. But
you got shit people.
You got the shit squad coming out of the closet, and here they come. They're pooper scoopers.
Yes, please.
Like, hey, we're on
this young lady or young gentleman from the bar.
Why would you go girl first there?
If that's a lady, good lord.
Good lord.
The things I have seen at Green Rock, I will tell you, the women's bathroom is 10 times dirtier than the men's at the end of the night.
Why?
I don't really know.
I've seen. What do you see in there?
I've seen many women's underwear on the middle of the dance floor. Like Green Rock is just
they're taking.
Yeah,
Green Rock is just a crazy, crazy place.
Would you?
For the reason I love Green Rock, but like I'm with you guys. I don't really prefer. I'm a very social guy, as you guys know. So crowds don't bother me, but I like to have my own space, which is why I prefer clubs.
Yeah.
Like I have bouncers around me. If I want to go to the bathroom, I just tip the guy. He brings me to the bathroom. Like that is my thing. Or I actually really enjoyed Baseball Tavern. Your little space off to the right there.
Yeah.
We had our little space. I like that. But the really crowded, it just doesn't do it for me.
Yeah. I went to the Baseball Tavern exclusively, and then it got torn down. I tried to go out maybe 2 or 3 times last season. I went to Cheeky Monkey one night with like Steve and his girlfriend and like a couple of my friends from home, and I had to piss. So I walk into the bathroom and there's 20 dudes in there. They all turn and they're like, "Rocket, let's go, and like I am not trying to piss in a bathroom with an audience that is fucking fired up for this piss. Like that's not what I'm trying to do. So I had to text the owner and be like, "Hey, like, do you have an employee bathroom or something that I could use?" And he there's like a door in the back of Cheeky Monkey that he had to walk me up like the back steps up to Jillian's, down the hall, and then I pissed in Jillian's, and he had to like stand outside the door while I'm pissing and then come back out and then walk me back down to Cheeky Monkey, which I appreciated a lot because it was either that measure was taken or I would rather piss my pants than have to stand in a bathroom with 20 dudes that were all just going nuts to like see me piss.
Jared won't piss at Fenway. People don't talk about it, but it's true.
I'll piss in State Street Pavilion.
Or in a stall.
Yeah, I'll piss in a stall. Yeah, but if the urinals don't have like the cock blockers, I'm not pissing.
Well, even that, you think people will pull you back just to take a picture of your cock.
I don't think that they'll go.
You've
to
said that
measure.
before.
I was probably under the influence of alcohol.
No,
but I won't piss in like a public bathroom, like at Fenway or around Fenway, unless I can go in like a stall.
You did piss in the bathroom at Cheeky Monkey with me. Do you remember that experience?
No.
Oh, yeah, you do.
Wait, did you fart really loud?
Yeah.
But I think you were the only one in there.
I think it was all three of us. I think it was me, you, and Steve.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
we had just gone to the game. We walked over there. We all had to piss, and I had been holding a fart the entire game. The whole game. And we went in there.
You're outside.
It was a crowded area. There were cars.
No, it wasn't.
They were
You're
someone's
outside.
seats.
You don't even pull the whole I had to hold it card. Like you just.
No, there was a reason I had to hold
farted.
it. Maybe I thought it could have like not just only been a fart. There was a reason I held it.
You were holding it to show off at the end of the night. You were like, fucking check out my V8 with a Hemi at the end of the night. That's what you wanted to have happen.
This thing almost knocked down the establishment.
Yeah, the walls rattled. I held it was a disgusting bathroom, and I still held onto the walls because I thought it was going down.
Yeah, that was a good one. I can't remember all my farts with that one. I mean, the crowd went wild.
That one stood out. Yeah, I'll take a pee in front of the fellas. I don't like pissing in front of strangers that know me.
I think Pat knew I was having a kid before you did.
What?
Yeah.
The Sailor or baby number 2?
Sailor.
How?
We were at I want to call it Longhorn. I know that's not correct. Where do we do all those live shows from during the playoffs?
Bill's Bar?
The one next to it. Like attached to it. Lansdowne. Longhorn.
The fuck did you call it?
Longhorn. I knew it was an L.
We're at Lonnie Street.
Yeah. We were there, and Pat was trying to buy everyone drinks due to his problem. And he like when he went, he got like 6 people's, and then he went to Mariah's, and she was just like, just water for me. And he quickly pieced together like why.
Oh. Wait. When this was during the playoffs?
No, no. I was just using that as a point of reference for where.
Yeah, I was gonna say, goddamn, you met her at the World Series, Coley.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. It wasn't then.
That was jeez. It was a quick turnaround.
By the way, the most disappointing thing of that live show.
Which one?
The one at Longhorns. Is that minute maybe 15 or 20 into the show, I needed a beverage, and I kept asking for a beverage because people were at the bar, and I figured someone would grab me one, and I never got one.
Sounds like a real drunk problem. I was fine the whole time.
Yeah, I was working.
Yeah, I don't remember ever being like, damn, I need alcohol right now.
I didn't say I need alcohol right now. I wasn't twitching on stage.
Jay, can we get a voicemail, please?
Okay.
Hey, I got a message to all the motherfuckers that are shitting on my dog Pat in the voicemails right now. He is a nice guy. All right? And I've got a list of things that he brings to the table that asshole in the Reese's costume never could. Number 1, struck out Mike Trout. Good luck with that one, Steven. Number 2, served as a double agent for the Red Sox as someone who was pretending to be a pitcher that was trying for the Minnesota Twins, in which he did a splendid job going 1-15 in the games in which he appears. That's called trying to find a new way to help the Red Sox, Steve. Lastly, a couple episodes ago, he made a good joke where he said that Brian Johnson walks so that Shohei Ohtani could run. And I was like, yeah, this guy's got what it takes. And, I can't say that he's made me think that since then, but he's due. Patrick's due for sure.
I am due.
Just hung up.
Yeah, it's like, gotta be due.
I'm due.
That was great.
That was a great voicemail.
By far the best voicemail I've heard to date.
Yeah.
He said
Made a
you
lot of
were
great points.
funny as many times as you struck out Mike Trout.
Listen, I'm pleased.
We have to keep it going. We'll have to find new ways to incorporate the voicemails. But the thing that I miss most about the voicemails is that a vast majority of the people that listen to this podcast are very funny. Like, they're very funny people. We need to incorporate that more. And we're gonna start to do that by rolling out another voicemail right now.
Hey guys, this is Sebastian Bedingfield from Beckettsville, Missouri. Listen, big fan of the pod, Section 10 or die, as they say. I'm even a bigger fan of Pat Light. Listen, he was late one time. I'm sure he was having a good time the night before. We forgive and we forget. He's a tremendous human being, super charismatic, super charming. Listen, it's just great. Big shout out to you guys too, Jared, Coley, and Jake. Great people. I'm just a bigger fan of Pat. Such a great person. The podcast has gotten infinitely better since he came on. So let's keep him around. He's a great guy. We forgive, we forget. Again, Sebastian from Bedingfield, Missouri. Sebastian, good talking to you guys.
Thank you, Sebastian.
People
Jake,
forget we're huge in Missouri.
Can you tell me the last 2 digits of that cell phone number, please?
It is.
He doesn't know. Jake doesn't get that information, unfortunately.
No.
Yeah, for some reason this one doesn't have it.
Oh.
Sebastian. I didn't want to thank you, Sebastian, for calling in. Big fan of you, Sebastian.
How
That one, that was like a no caller ID number.
Yeah, one of those weird ones.
Who the fuck
Interesting.
would call in our voicemail and block their number?
It's probably just maybe works for the government.
A lot of government officials out. Where was that? Bedingfield?
Bedingfield, Missouri is what I heard.
Yeah, that's what you heard.
Hope I'm
I
pronouncing
forgot
that
it
correct,
too,
Sebastian.
Coley. That's weird that Pat remembered
That's weird.
exactly where the
Well, it
fuck
was the
I
first
from.
positive one, so I'm sure
Yeah.
he was hanging on to every word.
Thank you,
That
Sebastian.
definitely sounded like a Missouri accent. I think we can all
Yeah, I was
agree.
gonna say. This guy fucking got rid of his
That was
accent
great.
real
That was
quick.
really good. That's really good. Let's end there.
Yeah, it was a good one. It was a good voicemail.
Great voicemail.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to hear another one?
I said end there. I think that's
That's how we end it. No, we can do it. We can do another. Maybe not right this second.
Right. I mean, I don't want to transition into this, but you brought up some negative news earlier that you teased.
I did.
Yeah, Jim Corsi.
That's definitely. I knew that you. Thought that's what I was gonna say, but that's definitely not what I was gonna say.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was gonna save that for the end.
Makes sense. Good.
What did I
empty the
say?
bench.
Yeah, definitely can't go to a voicemail after that. What did I say that? Oh man.
You saw? Was it about delayed games? Maybe missing games? No games.
No, because I went into that and I talked about it.
Right, but I cut you off.
Bad news.
How
I
much-
remember in my brain is telling me that like it was funny bad news, not
Oh,
sad
boy.
bad news.
Did like a clown car explode?
No.
That'd be funny bad news.
That would be, I mean,
Assuming,
depending on.
I don't want to, not trying to offend the clown community
Right.
that listens to us. Assuming just the car exploded and the 35 of you that had piled into it got out safely.
Oh, I thought you were going to say if they died instantly, it would be funnier than if they got out of it screaming on fire. Then that's not funny at all.
I think that's funnier than them dying, because then they could at least, if they're spraying each other with seltzer from like flowers on their lapel.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Just start just one after the other piling out of this car, each of them more on fire than the last one. Because
Right.
they've been stuck in the car so long.
Right. Yeah, that would be funny. Pat, do you have any stories that you want to share?
I think we should play Sebastian's voicemail.
No. Well, we can't. There's no way to find it now because the
His
caller
number's blocked.
blocked his number. Yeah.
Oh man, that's too bad. I think they would get a duplicate.
Huh.
I'm sure
from
Sebastian, he's a big, I mean, we've heard from him for many years now. I'm sure he'll call
Yeah.
back again in the future.
Mhm.
He's a huge fan of the pod. I know that. He reached out to me several times throughout my career to say, hey, really happy for you. Hope someday you end up on Section 10. And I was like, I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Sebastian from Benningfield, Missouri, government employee.
Has a gun.
Definitely has a gun.
Oh, he works for the government.
Right. Has to.
Needs a
Probably got
gun.
a work gun. He's got a play gun. He's got to protect his family gun. It's a whole to do.
Hold to do.
Mm-hmm. As one does. How about another voicemail, Jake?
Hey, just wanted to drop in and say that I think the show has really gone downhill since you stopped having that guy from the Mexican time zone. Not only is he informative and bilingual and really good at his job covering the Red Sox, but he's also pretty handsome. Something to think about.
See, the thing about Chris Cotillo is that he's not funny.
Did he age horribly since the last time I heard him speak? That sounded like a much older man on the phone.
He didn't even try to mask his voice. Did not even try. The second he started talking, I was like, this is Chris Cotillo. Like at least when Sebastian called, like the first 10 seconds, I mean, it should have been a red flag that Sebastian from Missouri talked like someone from New Jersey, but like I didn't.
Benningfield, Missouri.
Benningfield, Missouri.
Benningfield, Missouri is a known place for New Jersey people have migrated, and specifically for the new governmental office that's out there.
Right.
What branch of the government is that?
All three of them.
All three?
It's got all three branches, yes, but it really focuses in on FBI, CIA, and then the SEC.
It's good.
He works for Sebastian. I believe works for all three of them.
You know a lot about Sebastian.
Yeah,
Good friend.
that is kind of crazy. He's a good friend.
Good friend.
Have you met him in person, or is this like a pen pal type deal, or what's up?
Pen pal.
Pen pal.
Yeah. Really
I
good
figured,
guy.
like,
Really
he
nice
seems
guy.
like the
Big fan
type
pod.
of fan that would like travel to see you, like throughout the minor leagues. Like he's that big of a fan.
Yeah, I was never a Midwest player. So besides Minnesota, and Minnesota's AAA at the time was Rochester, New York. So, he wasn't able to catch it. Although he wanted to, he said several times, "Listen, Pat, I'd really like to get out there." That's a direct quote from him that he said back in 2017. But yeah, really good guy, and very important.
What's the benefit? And I don't think you have this answer, but since you just brought it up, for the Minnesota Twins to have their AAA affiliate so far away.
It's just the leagues. There was really no Midwest AAA league. It's the PCL and the IL. But they since moved it out to St. Paul since I've left.
Okay, I was going to say, I know there are definitely teams more in the middle of the country than Rochester, New York. So it's like, that feels...
There's just not a lot. It's really inconvenient. The furthest Midwest I went was Indianapolis, which is a good bit out there. But it's like the only team out there. Like Indianapolis is an unbelievable city to play in, but it's like you have a Columbus nearby. But then once you get out of your division, you're either on a sleeper bus or a plane, and it sucks.
Voicemail.
Okay.
What up, guys? Pat Light, sexy. All right, thanks. Love you guys.
Wow. You're getting
These have gotten a lot better.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how, but it seems like the tide has now turned in the voicemails. You said you wanted to stop. Now that we've gotten a couple of good ones, it's almost like Pat Light voicemail roulette. Like, aren't you kind of curious to see if there are more good ones in there?
I'm very curious.
Yeah.
Seems like some of those 41%ers came out to play.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, to be fair, we've gotten
two
good
one
ones.
One was Sebastian.
One was Sebastian, who's a lifelong fan. He was never going to cross you.
Right.
And then Chris Cotillo called to ask for more Chris Cotillo. Like, if that was a tryout to get more airtime, terrible tryout. He didn't give us any reason to bring him back.
No.
Well, so there's 3. So, I mean, Sebastian counts. But he obviously would never cross, like you said, lifelong fan and government employee.
Mm-hmm.
But, it still counts. So 3.
And then that last one could have just been a deep-voiced woman who wanted to copulate with you.
I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Get down to the DMs.
Mm-hmm. That's what we do here.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Big DM guy.
Are you?
Big DM guy.
You just firing them off?
All the time.
Oh.
Can't stop doing it.
Got it.
I will say I'm not firing them off nonstop, to be fair.
Okay.
I am just not afraid to. Like, a lot of people frown upon you saying out DMs. Suck it. I will, if I find someone attractive and I want to talk to them, it's like going up to a girl in the bar. Just use Instagram as my bar.
That was like I feel like we can tell this story now. It's a good Pat Light story. I actually told it on Barstool Radio. And I think we were going to a Red Sox game, and I invited Pat to come to Fenway to come to a Red Sox game with me. And Pat is, as he just said, he's DMing girls to maybe come out with him after the game or come hang with us at the game. And I get 2 text messages, boom, boom, back to back. One, the first one is from Pat. The second one, within seconds, is from my ex-girlfriend. I open up my text messages. Pat's like, hey, man, I just want to let you know, it was an accident. I didn't know. So I DM'd your ex-girlfriend. I didn't realize that she was your ex-girlfriend. Hand up. I'm not going to talk to her. My ex-girlfriend was like, Pat, she showed me the conversation, and it was like, Pat was like, hey, I'm coming to Boston. We're going to the Red Sox game tonight. You should come. And she was like, oh, who are you going to be with? And he was like, oh, I'm going to be with Jared and blah, blah, blah. And she was like, that's my ex-boyfriend. And he was like, oh, fuck, never mind. And then Pat, an honorable man, got there. It was close. It was a photo finish. But Pat texted me before she could even text me. I mean, she didn't fucking care. Like, she thought it was funny. But Pat was like, hey, hand up. I didn't know. Just want to put this on your radar before anyone can say anything. This is what happened. But when I was telling this story on Barstool Radio, I omitted Pat's name. I was like, yeah, one of my friends, he did this and this and this and this. And then Kevin goes, and that's why Pat Light is the best fucking friend that you could ever have. And I was like, yep. I was like, it was Pat Light. Because that's a Pat Light move today. He's honorable, stand-up guy.
Very stand-up.
Yeah.
And all my ex-girlfriends would say the same.
Yep. And he would never DM one of my ex-girlfriends and ask for their number knowing that it was my ex-girlfriend.
Correct.
That's not directed at anybody here.
That would have been fun if he was like, all right, we'll get tickets in a different section. Like, what do you want from me?
Yeah. Like, no, Jared will be fine if we go sit somewhere else. I probably would have been. Yeah, I probably would have been, honestly.
That's not my thing.
Yeah. Great girl. I guess.
I haven't spoken to her since.
Great girl.
Are you claiming that I have spoken to her since?
No. I'm
No.
I was like, I'm giving her praise, but at the same time, like, I don't know. It's weird now, but not because of anything that I did.
Okay.
We don't need to go into detail. It's okay.
No.
It's okay.
Do you think we need to go
I
into
still
another
like her.
voicemail?
Huh? I think, yeah, we should change the subject with another voicemail.
Okay.
Yeah, hey fellas, first time, long time. I just wanted to say something here. You know, Pat, he's got to be more careful with this stuff. You know, when my cousin's friend heard that Pat was late for the podcast by over 90 minutes, his balls swelled up so big, his wife left him, and you know, there's no coming back from that. So just, you know, please consider that next time you say 11 or mean 1 or say 1 or mean 11 or lie through your fucking teeth because you're trying to buy another bar in southern New Jersey or wherever the fuck, you know. So, all right, thanks, boys.
Thoughts, Pat? I mean, like, you've cost someone their marriage.
First off, yeah, I hand up. Sorry, on me for the marriage thing. The question I do have in that voicemail is he talked about a ball problem and them swelling. Did he mean was there innuendo there when he said coming twice?
I think that might have been intentional. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell. We played it off well, but listen, my apologies. Please send my condolences to him about his failed marriage because of me. I think it was your wife's cousin or friend or something of that nature. So I apologize deeply, and it won't happen again.
Speaking of failed marriages because of me.
Wow.
How about another voicemail?
How about that?
How about another voicemail?
What's up, Section 10? It's Sal with the weird face. Just here to say, Pat, I did 10 years in the restaurant industry. I get it. We got late nights. It's tough getting up in the morning. But, you know, everyone here in Red Sox Nation is depending on you to get on the podcast and say stupid shit so we don't fucking jump off the cliffs. Yeah, that's about it. Go Gigantes, you know what I'm saying? Dominican League Baseball, baby. Peace out.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I could have, if you had stopped that voicemail at a certain point, I could have bet my entire life savings, which is about $43 now that I'm unemployed, that he was going to end that voicemail with Go Sox. And he didn't. I would have lost it. I would have lost everything I had.
I would have helped you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate that. I feel like you've been getting a lot of support. People like you, Pat. You know,
I'm happy to hear that.
You know what they say about Dave Portnoy is that
what do they say about Dave Portnoy?
They say a lot of things, but this in particular, he doesn't give shit to people that he genuinely doesn't like. I mean, like if he gives you shit, it's because he likes you, trusts you. You're one of his guys, and I feel like that's what the Section 10 listeners are doing with you right now. They're saying, "Hey, you're one of us. We like you. We like you here. We want you to stay here. We want you to be happy here. You're part of the family." That's what they're basically saying. Except for that one guy that said you suck. I don't agree with that, and I don't think that he meant that. I don't think he meant it. Do you think he meant it?
Seemed pretty genuine.
Yeah.
When I heard it.
Yeah. I was trying to make you feel better. Do you
appreciate
want to do another one?
Sure.
Yeah, let's do another one. Jake.
What's up, boys? Looking for something to do on the weekend, so I just throw a look over to McSwilly and Hoboken. You know, just support the boys' hat.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking at some reviews, and I saw some interesting things. Maybe turn me off from the place a little bit. You got the regular stuff. You got people complaining about the price. Sounds like our boy, whatever. But then I got to one where it said, this customer was having a good time till the owner aggressively manhandled them out of the bar before closing. He's all about money. Pat, are you manhandling customers? Whatever. I put it back. Whatever. I keep scrolling. I keep looking. And then I see something that sounds even more disturbing. Pat, this person described you as disgusting. He said that you don't want people to have fun. Only thing Pat wants is people to be buying all the time. And then he finished it by saying that this guy is a racist. He gets insecure when people are having a great time. I guess I just have one question, Pat. Do you think you were worse at being a Red Sox pitcher or owning a bar?
Or owning a bar, okay.
Rocket, Coley, Jake, keep up the great work, y'all. Pat, please be on time next time. Love you guys. Have a great one.
We will. It's the question. Do you have an answer?
So one, I have an idea of what's happening here. Keep in mind, I didn't buy McSwilly's until August 1st. So let's date these reviews. Mm-hmm. I, as Jared can attest to, Coley hasn't been out with me, but as Jared can attest to, I'm the least violent person you might ever meet. I'm not someone who's going to manhandle any of my customers out of the bar.
Not aggressive at all.
No, and certainly not a racist.
No.
But I would have. Oh,
okay.
I mean, you are from New Jersey. Let's just put that out there.
I would not saying that the previous ownership was racist or manhandling people, but they are from both of them. Well, one's from Ireland, one's from the UK, or Ireland is in the UK, but one's from London. They come from a different way of handling things in bars. From my understanding, out in Ireland, it's much more of a physical place. Mm-hmm. I'm not familiar with the incident, but I can assure you it was not me.
Okay. All right. Good to know. I'm not trying to get manhandled at one of your bars.
No. If I manhandle you, Jared, at one of the bars, it's probably because someone's trying to fight you.
Yeah, that did happen.
You away from the area.
Mm-hmm. That did happen. I don't know that they were trying to fight me, but they were being a fucking asshole.
And it's Green Rock. They're just antagonizing you.
Well,
bash your customer base. Yeah.
This was there was like one night where I was at Green Rock and there was like this shit-faced dude and he was a Yankee fan and he was like talking shit. But like when that happens, like, all right, like I'll play the role and like I'll talk shit back. Like we're having fun. Like I'm not taking this seriously at all. And then this gentleman proceeds to take out his cell phone with like Green Rock. It's like dark in there. And he takes out his cell phone and is recording a video of me, but with like the flash on in my face. So I fucking slapped his phone across the bar. And I'm pretty sure like security was quick and they escorted him outside.
Oh yeah.
But I did not appreciate being filmed without my consent. So I happened to slap the gentleman's phone out of his hand.
There you have it.
Is that fair or unfair?
I think it's fair.
Thank you.
I made sure bouncers were stationed around you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's really I think one of the only real times that I've had like a real issue with somebody.
Mm-hmm.
At a bar, I think. That way. I mean, he was overserved.
Okay, you can't say that on. That's
well, that came from another bar.
Yeah, he came from.
It still that doesn't.
McSwilly's.
If he's overserved coming from another bar, he's not supposed to be able to enter my place. My bouncer should be stopping him. So I'm still.
No, he snuck in.
Yeah, he broke. I watched him climb in through a window.
I only have 2 windows, and they're right next to the doorman. So
I watched him sneak in the back door.
Oh no! You know what it was? It was the night that guy threw a smoke bomb and just walked through that like a magician.
So, right, like the Green Goblin.
We have smoke bombs going off at Green Rock.
No, this is on the curb outside.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what are you supposed to do? What do you?
Right.
Nothing I can do. It happens all the time. What am I gonna do?
Happens all the time.
Classic New Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
Classic New Jersey. People throwing smoke bombs in front of bars.
I mean, you people
get their drunk friends in.
I'm shocked. You joined this show like right after Thanksgiving, right around Thanksgiving.
Right before.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. The fact that I haven't more talked about the fact that you're from New Jersey is utterly shocking.
Actually, funny story. Now that we're talking about smoke bombs at Green Rock, not that there's anything to do with smoke bombs, but New Year's Eve, I'm at McSwilly's, and New Year's Eve, one of my bouncers, I'm the one that has like all the relationships with the city and the police and the fire department and all that stuff. So one of my head bouncer over there calls me to come to Green Rock. So I go over to Green Rock because there's police there, and the police are pissed. The fire department's pissed. It's the whole thing. So I'm like, well, what the hell happened? So I talked to my bouncer, and apparently they threw some guy out. The guy called the cops, then left the bar, went to the local pizza place, grabbed 2 pies, came back, and just started throwing the pizza at my bouncers. I'm right now trying to find out from the old lawyers if I'm allowed to post the video on TikTok.
I feel like you can. Why wouldn't you be able to? It's your content.
Just in case there could be a lawsuit from it. They can't sue me from posting, but just in case there's like a lawsuit from it, maybe we want to have the video before they ever get it, stuff like that.
You don't want to put like a funny song under it, and then they're playing that in court. Like,
I've only posted one other. I only posted one other security camera video, and they took it down for harassment, and it was people pulling my fire alarm.
Classic.
They said I'm harassing them.
That's funny.
Classic winter weekend move.
I'm trying to think. You should get Remy and Orsillo calling the pizza toss. Dub that over this guy throwing it at your bouncers.
That's a great idea.
That'd be good.
There comes a pizza.
What's that one guy that does what's his name? He does all the
pizza reviews? It's Dave Portnoy.
No, that's not who I'm talking about. He does like the commentary, but he like drops the F-bombs in them.
Wow, that guy sucks.
Bob Henry.
Yeah. Next voicemail, Jake.
Okay.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Lizzie. I've decided that the only way that Pat can make it up to everyone is by buying a bar in Kenmore Square. So, I don't know. I mean, the poorhouse is closed, so that's kind of pretty set up. But I feel like if you don't do that, you're not forgiven. So you should really get on that. All right, cool. Good luck.
I love
So
Livy.
we're talking.
Livy's
great.
Just like the change in the couch, I think, should probably cover that.
I mean, we're talking possibly 7-figure investment just because I showed up 2 hours late to the podcast. It's super important.
I mean, it's not like you're gonna buy the bar and just hand it over to someone. Like, you're gonna be able to make money from it, arguably more money than you would make from Green Rock and McSwilly's combined. If you had a bar that you bought, what did she say? Kenmore Square?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you bought a bar in Kenmore Square, just across Big Poppy Bridge from Fenway Park, and called it Section 10, you think that bar, with that location and that name, wouldn't do monster business?
Or McSwilly's 2?
Yeah.
It would still be the first one.
Not according to our. Not. Do you want customers or not, pal?
I think
we could literally just like hire. We could. I don't even know. I mean,
the thing is, here's the thing. This is if we're actually want to talk bar business here, and how to make a ton of money.
Yeah,
it has to be the nightlife place. It can't that's going to be an unbelievable sports bar that's going to do a lot of probably a big top line number, but the margins are going to be lower because we're going to do a ton of food. They're going to it's going to be mobbed for the Red Sox game, which is good. People are going to be chilling on their beer, but I need you to be aggressively pounding beers to be making a ton of money.
It's Boston.
Yeah. Have you been in Boston before?
I have. I'm just saying it could be a really good sports bar.
Here's the other thing, Pat. I don't have a fucking job right now. So if you were to say, hey, we open up a bar, it's called Section 10, Jared's fucking on the chicken tenders machine, come on down. Now you have people coming in the off season. So you don't have to worry about the in crowd during baseball season.
So I buy a bar.
I'm Michael Jordan on Moron Mountain is me working at your fucking bar.
Okay. Listen, I've already told you privately that I've wanted to open up a bar in Boston.
Hey.
And call it
let's
Section
open
10.
up a bar in Boston and call it Section 10.
I'm in.
But you have to pay Coley for the naming rights.
Why does he just get ownership in the bar?
Well, that's eventually what I sell it to you back for a stake in the ownership.
So I have to purchase the bar, give you money for the naming rights, which you're then going to hand back to me.
No. At first you're going to. No. You're leasing the naming rights from me for a while. Then once I see it's successfter, that's
minimum 10-year lease.
Yeah, that's when I sell it to you for the ownership stake.
But we can opt out after the third year.
Yeah. Yeah, you're paying me. There's no me paying you. You're paying me twice. Is how I see.
Wait, so you're telling me the Section 10 leasing agreement, you guys have an opt out in 3 years.
Yeah. We can opt out and take the name back, and then you have to. We still get years 4 through 10 if we opt out, but then you have to re-up the naming rights on a second deal.
Okay.
That's if I don't opt to sell to you before the 3 years. So it's a double opt, a classic double opt.
Yeah.
Classic. All the leasing agreements have the double opt.
It's not a mutual option. It's not a team option. It's a double opt.
A double opt for you guys and you guys alone.
Correct.
Well, we don't have business partners. We're like kind of like a independent conglomerate.
I
just think you guys should just take a piece of the bar and we all live happily ever after.
I mean, like you to push back your point, like it needs to be the nightlife area. I feel like you can kind of do that anywhere in Boston. Like
Fenway is a nightlife area. It's not like the nightlife area, but it's a nightlife area.
But like the Grand wasn't put in a place that was the nightlife area until the Grand was there. Like you can kind of do that. Boston's such a small city in that regard. Like you really could do it anywhere. Jared?
I have an idea.
Okay.
So I think like the Grand is a draw because it's a huge ass club and it's got all the works that you would want from like a nightclub. So what do we do to make the Section 10 bar different? You're obviously going to have a bar, right? You're going to have TVs, maybe a little arcade area. I think Coley would appreciate that if there was an arcade area. But it needs to have a thing that when people are out somewhere and it's like, all right, like we've had a couple of beers at fucking Johnny Dick Wagons. Like, where do you want to go now? Like we had like our 9 o'clock beers. Like
we had our Dick Wagon round. Yes. They just wag it out. Like places do flights of beers and pitchers. Like no, there's a wagon. They just drag it out.
I cannot wait. I cannot wait for the Johnny Dick Wagons t-shirts next year. So you have your first round at Johnny Dick Wagons, but it's like a very standard bar. It's just a bar. Like it's not
outside of the wagon, yes, and there's nothing else.
That's it. So it's like, where are we going for like the night? Like where is like the spot? We're going to Section 10, 10s or 10 singular, Section 10. We're going to Section 10. Going to Section 10. So we're going to Section 10 because they have a fucking mechanical bull. No?
It's okay.
Is a fucking plane about to crash into somebody's house?
Yeah, that was insane. That was insane.
Yeah, that was the loudest plane I ever heard.
Was that you, Jay?
I'll show you a fucking mechanical bull.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
Yeah, over here in Southie, the planes are flying right over.
Yeah, that was crazy. You just live at Logan. I didn't realize that.
Pretty much.
Mechanical bull's okay. I don't know that that's
I'm not saying
liability.
hey, Section 10 is not a country bar. Like, we're not playing country music. It's just there's like a mechanical bull is something that isn't, to my knowledge, in any bar in Boston. And by the way, if you're listening to this podcast right now and you put a mechanical bull in a bar in Boston, we're suing the fuck out of you.
So fast.
But think about it this way. It's something that people are going to take videos and post them to social and then tag the bar in it. And then people like it's viral marketing. Coley?
So where I thought you were going to go at first was, what is it?
I didn't finish.
No, I know, but I'm going to, the ideas are going to meld here. You'll see.
Okay.
Was One Oak the big one in New York and LA? One of the big ones? Yeah. So like they have like the neon sign, like that every one in the world. There's that big fucking pair of angel wings in Tennessee or in Nashville that every bridal party's taking pictures. Like I thought that's where you were going, like the because that's
in
the
Austin
viral marketing.
When it says "I love you so much," fuck you.
Well, the One Oak ones are good. I ended up at One Oak.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
But I've always had an idea for a bar that, because mechanical bull and Pat can probably speak to this more than I can, feels like a big liability, like insurance liability.
We don't care about that.
It
says right on the door, not our fucking problem. And by the way,
problem solved.
If you walk in, like if you, I'm pretty
fucking
sure.
Cry about it, pussy. That's what it says on the door.
Don't quote me on this. Don't quote me on this. I don't know the law. But if you have a sign out front that says "Beware of dog" and the dog bites the mailman, I don't think the mailman can sue, right? It says fucking "Beware of dog." You didn't do.
It's America. You can sue for anything.
That's a good point.
Nope, not if you have that sign. So if we have a sign on the front of the bar that says "Not our fucking problem," it's not our fucking problem. And I just wanted to add this detail to it. I wanted to add this detail to it.
Okay, let's hear it, and then I'll finish mine.
Okay, it's not a bull. It's a mechanical bull, like how you would think of a mechanical bull, but it's actually a horse, and you have to wear a Mo Vaughn jersey when you're on it.
Interesting.
The number of people who won't get that is upsetting. That's what makes us old. But when the Red Sox won the division in 1995, Mo Vaughn, who won the MVP that year, rode a goddamn horse around Fenway Park.
And the people who don't get it don't get why that's in, like, Mo Vaughn was a massive human being.
Yeah.
Like the horse was not like trotting. It was struggling. And horses also massive human beings. So you can see why it was wasn't it? Because that's Clemens did it to bring it full circle. Didn't Clemens do it first and they were recreating that?
Let's ask him. No. No, that was after. He was in.
After, okay.
He was still in Boston in 95, right? Yeah. 90.
Yeah.
I think, was that his last year?
That was his last year, yeah.
Because 96, 97.
Toronto.
No, 97, 98 was Toronto, right? No.
That was 96 too.
No, because he, I think 96 was his last year in Boston, and then 97, 98 it was in Toronto, won back-to-back Cy Young Awards, and then went to the Yankees in 99 because he pitched in the fucking Game 3 against Pedro and got blown out in the ALCS. Let's see. Roger Clemens last season with the Red Sox was 96. He was in Toronto 97, 98. Went to the Yankees in 99. Yeah.
All to move back to Houston.
Yep.
So my idea has always been a place called Play. Obviously, we're not going to keep the name here. We're going with the 10. But Play would be an adult playground, not in the sense where it's like your traditional children's playground. This would kind of be scattered throughout the bar. I think the main attraction, the big viral thing you were talking about, big, like everything in a playground is built for children. So you'd have to build everything for adult sizes.
To scale.
Yeah, to scale. So like giant swing set. Like people would be taking pictures on those all the fucking time. Huge slide, kind of like the Milwaukee Brewers, somewhere over there in that section of the bar. Like you get a lot of opportunities here for.
What's the seahorse thing that when you
teeter-totter?
ride it?
Oh yeah.
You go
those
back
are big.
and forth. Yeah, those are pretty sick. Fucking. it's not a zip line, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You hold on to it and you just fucking go.
The handle, yeah.
Yeah. That, and then you just hit the end and it fucking stops short. And you just land on your fucking neck and get the wind knocked out of you.
But make sure the sign's up. When the sign's up, you're good.
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Signs
Yeah,
up.
the only thing that this bar needs is alcohol to make this way more of a hazard. Yeah. Yeah.
We've thrown a lot of ideas at you, Pat, and you've just kind of sat silent. Like, you're soaking it all in.
I think he's making
Soaking
mental
it all in,
notes.
yeah.
Your initial feedback.
Interesting
Mm-hmm.
ideas. Giant play. Both seem actually quite bad for insurance purposes.
Mine less so, though, right?
Yours less so, but you also
Jared.
okay, Jared.
Hold on, Jared.
Sorry.
I have an idea. All right. So hear me out, right? It's a bar where everyone
Already hate it. Keep going.
all right, it's a bar where everyone's chilling, okay? And we don't tell you when, but one time every hour an alarm goes off and someone comes out with a paintball gun and just goes do, 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 do. And if you don't get shot, you get a free shot. But if you get shot, then the drinks for the next hour are double. That would be so much fun.
No, it wouldn't.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
The amount of jokes I'm swallowing right now.
Well, first problem with that, you can't
The
advertise free
sign
drinks.
on the door says
No, but you can't
not our
advertise
fucking
free
problem.
drinks.
What?
Can't advertise free drinks.
Especially in Boston.
Oh, all right.
It's illegal.
Well, then it's half off.
Can't do that in Boston. You can't do any drink deals in Boston.
You don't. Boston's the city that doesn't allow happy hour, right?
We're not doing it in Boston then. We'll find
The
a
whole
place.
point
So let's
was
go
to do it
let's
in
go to a
Boston.
worse area.
No. This isn't section 10. This is a different
Gotcha.
this is a different
Now
venture.
we've branched out. Our first venture was so strong.
We're already expanding.
We already
Yeah.
have section 10. It has a mechanical horse, and this is a different idea that
This
we're
is
going to open
Paintball
up. Like,
McGee's.
Paul McGee's.
Wouldn't that be so much fun?
Terrible.
And it gets more difficult the more-
I would never go. Never.
No, it seems like a bar that people tell their friends to go once, and they never go back.
Yeah. It's like, hey, I lost a fucking eye, asshole. I'll never see again.
Or you have to wear goggles. You know how they have those outdoor like igloo bars and they give you the snow gear? Like we'd give you like a little fucking zip up like
Flak
hazmat
jacket,
suit.
yeah. I'd never go. Never even consider going.
The alarm goes off and people are diving over tables, breaking all of our glasses.
Only plasticware.
People
And
just
it's-
stabbing each other with glass.
Like
Hey.
it's really sad
Half
the
off
amount
shots.
of kids that now, because we all missed this. Maybe Jake didn't. I don't know. Like I never went through like active school shooter training. Like the amount of kids that would get PTSD to those days.
Right.
It would be like the fucking sirens when Russia was in the cold. Like that's what it would be like. You'd have people like genuinely traumatized at this place. One-star reviews only.
Don't even get me started on that because you can only imagine where I'm going here.
Yes, I can only imagine.
Don't even get me started on that because that wouldn't be a thing. People like we're not capturing people to put them in this bar. Like they're willingly going there. So it's the same thing as when Halloween rolls around and people go to haunted houses. Like that would be traumatizing if you got kidnapped and put into one, sure. But you're paying to go there. Like you're signing
Also,
up to go to
people-
fucking.
Oh, now hold on. Now we've got ourselves an idea.
What?
You pay a
Here we go.
place. Let's call it 5 years in advance. Imagine if you just paid someone $100 like 5 years ago. You wouldn't remember that. But you paid them 5 years ago. That's a legal binding contract. And then it doesn't have to be 5 years on the dot, but anytime after that, they can kidnap you and bring you to a haunted house, but you don't fully remember that it's haunted or not. That's an experience.
You don't remember that the house is haunted?
No, I'm saying if enough times pass, you don't remember paying someone to kidnap you. Like you'd be pretty freaked out.
Sure that if you paid someone, and it was like, how much money are we talking about for this service? $500?
Like $100.
All right, you pay someone $100.
Well, this is a business we have, so a lot of people have paid you.
Right.
Your job, just all the time.
Well, no, you're a haunted house company.
But imagine that. I kidnap about 20 to 30 people per day.
No, it's only October, Pat. Come on.
Right. But then you would know that it was coming. It's like, oh, Halloween season's here.
I'm saying enough time pass, you don't know it's coming. Maybe
if I paid someone $100 to kidnap me in a 5-year span, I think I would remember.
But I'm not saying it's 5
October.
years. Like, it can only be after 5 years. Like, it doesn't have to be 5 years. It could be 17 years. Like, you're not going to remember. Life goes on. And and the real thing is, if you get actually kidnapped, now you're taking it light. You're like, oh, fuck you, I remember this. And then that guy's just beating the shit out of you because he's really kidnapping you.
Well, you'd have to sign a waiver.
Is really realistic.
You'd have to sign a waiver in order to be kidnapped, and then we just put in fine print in the waiver that we can tase you.
Right.
Well, as long as you put a sign up.
And if these guys they got a crisp $100 bill, so they've already been incentivized. Like
rolling in it.
They can definitely act like it's not the haunted house thing you paid for. Like you get guys who speak with accents, like they get a bag over your head.
Yeah.
Yeah. They have like extreme haunted houses. I'm sure Jared's watched them on YouTube. Like
I love
ones
them.
that you have to like sign waivers because you may die.
Yeah, you might get you could die of like a heart attack. Jake, voicemail?
Hey, Pat, it's your old pal Garrett here. Just wanted you to know that I never really liked you, and I always remember you as the worst player I played with in my entire career, from the pros all the way back to T-ball. Bye.
Damn, Garrett Cole just doesn't actually like you. How's that feel?
Can't win them all.
I mean, I thought you guys were buds. That must be upsetting to hear that he doesn't actually like you.
Listen, I was friendly with Garrett.
Mm-hmm. Well, apparently he doesn't feel the same.
Listen, time goes on, and everyone stays friends forever.
Mm-hmm. We will.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out that Pat Light, tremendous friend. I would say top notch, great. I would not just a good friend. Pat Light's a great friend.
Rank your friends on this show now.
Jake.
Mm-hmm.
Coley and Pat.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that was obvious to everyone, but I'm glad it was said.
Mm-hmm.
Jake clearly won.
Mm-hmm. I mean, look at Jake.
Guy lives in a fucking airport. He's in the Delta Lounge right now.
Right.
You
look at Jake and yeah. You know the voicemail, Jake?
Well, hold on. Pat didn't actually give us his feedback for the bars.
Oh, yeah.
Mechanical bull, mechanical horse.
Horse.
With a Movon jersey. We're going to have to get that custom made. I don't know of any mechanical horses, so that's going to be probably a bit expensive.
Coley.
Would it be cheaper to use a real horse?
That's a good question.
You want to bring a real horse into the bar every evening.
I mean, it's got like a little area where it's fine.
And then give people Movon jerseys to go get on top of it and instigate the real horse so that it starts trying to buck the person off, which we then time to see who wins.
Yeah.
That's what you want to do.
Just saying, you said there weren't mechanical ones. I'm trying to think of solutions, not more problems.
Right.
I would prefer the mechanical one in this scenario.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I would say it seems, although the move on, I like how you tied in the move on thing,
Mm-hmm.
having something like a mechanical bull-esque type thing
Mm-hmm.
doesn't seem to be on brand with Section 10. So I would stay away from that.
What would
As
be
far
on
as-
brand for Section 10?
Something more baseball related for people to do.
And the show isn't even really about baseball.
Okay. As far as the playground,
Mhm.
I've actually heard of that type of idea before. Not quite.
No one's
to
executed it
this-
well.
Yeah, not to my knowledge. But I think having a bar more along the lines of a baseball themed bar, but having like Coley's Corner where it has arcade games and things of that nature.
Well, that's going to be in
there,
Section
I
10.
think-
That's going to be in Section 10.
Is Coley's playground bar a different bar than Section 10?
The playground bar is different than Section 10.
I was
Okay. I thought that was
certainly
another
building
theme for the
Section
playground
10.
bar.
Yeah.
Okay.
You wanted
I
it to
thought
be in Section 10?
I thought that's what we were doing when I spoke.
I-
I would have.
Yes.
I would have saved that.
So I
if
was
we...
I was
Okay.
correct.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Hand up.
Yeah.
See how that
Yeah,
works,
so I was
Pat? I was wrong. I'm sorry. It won't
You know,
happen again.
It doesn't seem genuine. It seems like you're yelling at me about my.
No, that's how he
previous-
apologized.
Because if I didn't mean it, I just wouldn't say it at all. I would downright refuse to apologize.
Okay.
Yeah. I
Well,
don't do
I
fake
think-
apologies.
I think having a Section 10, like let's say for example, this is the Section 10 group for the rest of eternity, which I think we all hope that is.
Mhm.
I think that we should have a bar based around Section 10 with Section 10 type stuff in there, and then each of us have like something in there that is more like Coley's got Coley's Corner, he's got the Simpsons game and all that stuff over there, stuff he likes. You know, Jared has his thing where like you can go and be alone for a while. Stay away from people. And then like, you know, maybe in my corner you're either just like aggressively drinking or
Right.
like there's a
An ice
a pitching
luge.
machine. There's a pitching machine where
I don't
it
know why
only
that would be
throws
in
the
there.
last
You talk about liability.
Yeah.
yes. But have so we're also we're a corner where you go aggressively drink is
Yeah.
probably a ton of liability too.
I don't know if you can promote that.
No. And then, for Jake's area, we'll just have soundtrack of planes flying over at a really loud volume. So I think that would be
Just
a
a
nice
life-size
little-
Hugh
nice little bar.
Jackman Wolverine that you can take pictures with. In the alone quiet room, you ever go to like Kmart back in the day and they have like the little kiddie rides that you put the quarter in and it just goes doo, 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 doo. They have like the little space shuttle, like you can just get in like a little rocket and just go woo, doo, 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 doo. Just one of those.
I think that's great. But you're in your own little cubicle that is soundproof where you can't hear anyone else.
Right. Yes.
Right.
It'll basically just be like kind of like if you've ever been to a strip club, which I'm assuming you have not, Pat.
I've been to a strip club before.
Okay. Yeah, like when they take you to like the little rooms and it's like one of those. But there's just like a
Okay.
little
Like a private
like-
room, for
Yeah,
example.
yeah.
Do we charge the same amount as strip clubs do to be in the room?
It's by song, yeah. I mean like you're basically
It's by song.
yeah, like if you're like when you get in the
Paying
little
that much money to stay by yourself on one of those kiddie things outside of Walmart.
I mean, I would do that. That seems like a good time to me. If I was at a bar and I felt overwhelmed and didn't want to be around people anymore and I could pay money to still listen to the music, I'm still at the bar, I can still have my drink, but I just pay whatever. Like, how much is like a song with a stripper? Like $15?
I don't know what strip clubs you're going to.
What's the strip club up by you? Golden Banana?
Golden Banana and the Squire, yeah.
Yeah, probably
And
15
Cabaret,
there,
we
yeah.
have a bunch.
Okay.
How much is a song, Pat?
It varies. I'm not a big strip club guy, but it definitely varies. I know a buddy of mine that I used to play with fell asleep in a strip club in Vegas, and I think it's upwards of $5,000.
Did they just keep dancing on his corpse? Like, what were they
I
doing?
think he just
Oh.
left. I think the girl just left, and it was the end of it.
Then there are private rooms. Dancers can use them by the song or by the hour.
Yes.
They're usually charged around $5 to $7 per song by the house, while they earn $25 per song from the customer, or $100 to $300 per hour. They can charge the customer a lot more.
I know that the strip club in Vegas was, I think, about $1,000 an hour.
$1,000 an hour for a fucking private room?
Yeah. And that was not me that did that. I'm not a strip club guy. I do not like spending money at strip clubs. I think they're a waste of time.
I went to a strip club in Montreal, and I definitely went into a private room, and I definitely did not spend $1,000.
I listen. I don't know what to tell you. I told you it varies, but
I
again,
told
I'm
that
not a strip club guy.
I actually told that story today about. I told it to one of my friends, because this person was related to the girl, and she didn't know about the connection to the girl in question. But a stripper in Montreal ended a relationship that I was having with a girl over the phone. So this girl, long story short, she had a boyfriend, and she was doing the whole yeah, I'll leave him, whatever. Never did. And I was kind of sitting there being like, what the fuck? You keep saying that you're gonna leave your boyfriend. She never did, and I was getting frustrated about the situation. So I end up going to a strip club in Montreal, and a stripper comes over to me, and she was like, "Do you want to dance?" And I was like, "How much do you charge per song?" And she told me, and it was definitely not an overwhelming number. And I was like, "I will pay you your song rate to sit down next to me and listen to my relationship problems and tell me at the end if you think that I'm the asshole or she's the asshole." And she was like, "Done." So this girl sits down next to me, and I'm telling her the whole story about this relationship. And by the end of the story, the girl calls me, and I was like, "Oh my God, it's her." So the stripper says, "Give me the phone." So she takes the phone from me, answers the call, and she was like, "Hey, yeah, this is Jared's new girlfriend. Yeah, like he's done with you. Like he doesn't want anything to do with you. Blah blah blah." And she's like, I can hear her being like, "Are you fucking serious? Like that? Like really?" And she's like, "Yeah, like we're together right now. Like we're on vacation. Yeah, you guys are done." And that was it. That was a lot. I have not seen her since. I haven't seen the stripper since either. Some angel up in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, just probably saved me a lifetime of pain, I would assume. Just like that. Snipped it off. So if you're out there, Candace.
This next voicemail's for you.
This next voicemail goes out to you, babe. Appreciate you. Oh. I haven't heard this in a long time. We haven't used this in a long time.
Goes on for 2 or 3 minutes.
Jeez.
Because Pat was suspended.
Ah. Got it. You know what that is, Pat?
Nope.
That is the Section 10 suspension music, which we haven't used in the Pat Light era.
And so on and so forth. Yeah. Great song.
Yeah, it's a great song. I mean, it gets into it. Like the hi-hat comes in at the end there. It's like, yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. Check out the Section 10 YouTube page to watch the episodes. That's what that's for.
Section Tube.
Section Tube. Pat, you have any thoughts?
On the Section 10 suspension music?
No, just like how the episode's going so far.
I'm quite pleased with it. With
I am too.
Right at the beginning, right in the first 10 minutes of the podcast, we were just over 7,500 voicemails, and so far not as bad as I thought they'd be.
Yeah, let's hear another one.
Okay.
Hey, Section 10. My name's Pat, and I have a bone to pick with Pat. And that bone is that he sucks. I'm sorry. That's it. Have a good one.
Thanks, Pat. Thanks for call. Pat. I disagree. I don't think Pat sucks. I don't think Pat sucks.
There is a, and I don't mean to say this to be funny, there is a pattern of Pats who don't like you.
That is true. That must be like a territorial type deal. No?
Mm-hmm.
Might be.
Have you ever gotten into a physical altercation? Like, have you in high school, middle school? You ever fight behind the barbershop? That used to be when we were in middle school. Because you couldn't fight on school grounds, you'd get in trouble. So if you wanted to fight someone, you'd fight behind the barbershop. You ever get in one of those?
No.
Interesting. Coley, I feel like you've probably gotten plenty of fights.
A lot of people didn't want to fight me. I was they wanted to get me to the point where I would try and fight them, but I was just like, I'm just going to dummy you with the English language, and if you get mad enough, yeah, we can talk about it. It was like the second or third day of 7th grade. I was changing after gym class, and I put my shirt on, over my head. So my hands were up, my shirt was coming down, and someone sack whacked me. And as I felt that, your natural reaction is to go down anyways, but it pulled my shirt down fast. And so I just cocked back and rocked this kid in the face all in one motion. And he went from, I've never seen someone go from laughing to crying that quickly. And no one ever really said anything to me after that.
I could imagine that both of you are individuals that I feel like no one would want beef with on the playground.
No, I mean, most of the fights I've gotten in have been on basketball courts just because, we're already being physical.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's always been on. The last person who fought me was in college. He was one of the dudes on the football team. He just never liked that I was better at basketball than him. It really bothered him because he was such a better athlete than I was. He was a D1 football player, cornerback, could one of those 5'9" dudes who can windmill dunk, just a crazy athlete. But I was just much better at basketball than he was, and it really infuriated him. And so one day I just kept beating him time and time again, and he got really pissed. And I hit game-winning shot, and I was walking to the water fountain, and I was talking shit the whole way I was walking, and I just got hit in the back of the head. I thought he threw the ball at me.
Was this the story that your best man told at your wedding?
No. That was in high school. This was when I was in college.
Okay.
It's a different story I told.
Yeah. I thought he threw the ball at me, and so I turned around, and he was not in my face because he was much shorter than me, but he was right here, just swinging wildly, and I was like, oh, this isn't what I need. And then one of his teammates tackled me. So now I have two D1 football players just swinging. His teammate didn't swing, which I appreciated. He just kind of held me. And his other teammate, the kid who hated me, was just swinging. And I knew he had broke his foot the year prior. And since I was being held, I couldn't do much. So I just grabbed one of his feet. I guessed. I was I don't know which one you broke. I know it's one of these, though. So I just grabbed it and twisted it, and he got the fuck out of there. He was if this guy's going after my legs, I'm out of here. So that was the last physical altercation I was in. That was fun.
What age did both of you reach 6 feet? Were you
6 feet?
Yeah. Did you get were you 6 feet in middle school?
Yeah.
You were?
Yeah.
When did you reach 6 feet, Patrick?
Freshman year of high school, so I was close, but I wasn't there yet. Yeah,
I never did. Never
Not
quite
yet.
got there.
Not
No, it's
yet.
coming. They should
How?
invent something to make you taller, though. That's kind of fucked up.
They can break your legs.
Can they do that now though? I feel like I'm too old for that.
That's a good question. I don't know if you definitely shouldn't. You
Definitely shouldn't do it. Yeah,
You definitely should not do it.
I think they can do something where they can synthetically grow your growth plates.
Well, when you break a bone, it grows back bigger. So they break both I think it's your shins, which sounds extremely painful.
I would do it.
And
to make 6
you
feet.
do grow. Yeah, I think I don't know how much, but you do grow. Pat, would you trade any of your height, especially now?
Like for what?
I wouldn't trade it for much, honestly. Like, it does not do anything it's more of an inconvenience at this stage of my life than anything.
I have something you could do. If you could trade, how tall are you? 6'4"?
5.
Me?
Yeah.
We're both
I'm
6'5".
Yeah.
You're both 6'5"?
Yeah.
That's fucking stupid.
That's
stupid.
We're
That's
taller
so
than 99%
stupid.
of the world, me and Pat. 99% of human beings we're taller than.
If you both could give me 1 inch, would you?
Yeah.
Sure.
You both would be 6'4" so that I could be 6 feet?
Yeah.
Anything for you, Jared.
Wow. Look at that. 2 of my best pals. Giving inches.
If you're truly 6'3" or taller, like, you don't really have to be taller than 6'3". You don't.
I'm sure
Unless
like
you're gonna-
you would be happy to give away an inch or two. Like your lives are
Thrilled.
inconvenient because of how tall you are.
Thrilled. I'd be ecstatic.
How many inches would you give me, Coley?
I do think 6'3" sounds way cooler than 6'2".
It does.
I'd shave off 2.
Pat, how many inches would you give me?
It's whatever you needed, Jared.
You wouldn't be 5'10" so that I could be 6'5".
No, that'd be
You're
a
probably
terrible
right
trade.
there. Yes.
Yeah.
Terrible trade.
Yeah.
For some reason, when I was a kid, people asked me how tall I wanted to be. I said 6'5". I don't know how I ended up with that, but it's phenomenal.
So all I had to do was just believe in myself and it would have happened.
That's kind of what I did too. My doctors told me when I was younger I would stop at 6 feet. And both my parents were 6 feet. And I was like already 5'10" when he told me this. So I was like, I feel like you're wrong. And so I just kept going.
How many inches would you be willing to give up for each inch is 1 year in the big leagues?
A lot of money.
Because like you would have to be 5'11" to reach free agency.
I know, which is ridiculous.
Well, that's
Definitely.
I don't want to ask this question in a rude way, but like, does he suck? Like they can't cut him. Like he has to.
No, he's
he's
guaranteed.
terrible?
He's guaranteed those years in the big leagues.
Right, but
So it's
I'm
like-
saying like he's not. Like he's not
What kind
better.
of years am I having?
That's what I mean. Like, because that would suck. Like that wouldn't be fun.
Like you're like I'm trying to
If
think of, like who's
if I have my career just for some reason it keeps extending,
Right.
it would be a nightmare to do.
Right. That'd be
like,
horrible.
All right, we'll give him Joe Kelly's career. So it's a mixed
Okay.
bag.
So he could get another contract too.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I think that's better than just like it could.
Yeah.
Like not even because you're not the worst pitcher who ever pitched. Obviously, there have been much worse. So like you could even get to their level, but you're stuck there. That's a nightmare. But if you're
Yeah.
Joe Kelly, I think
We're
you
giving
trade
you
5 inches.
Like let me see right now. Like I'll do like a date range of Joe Kelly's career because it's obviously more than 6 years.
I'd go to 6 feet for 5 years if I'm getting Joe Kelly production.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we'll start it at 2016 and end it last year. So you've thrown 269 big league innings. You have a 3.85. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
A 3.62 FIP. 289 strikeouts and 269 innings. Yeah, I mean, like there's some
Fuck yeah.
obviously. Like I feel like the years that we should include probably would be like 14, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's do 14 to 19. All right. This is more better for the argument. A 4.36 ERA. You struck out 406 batters in 445 and 2/3 innings with a 4.01 FIP and a 1.39 WHIP. So you have fewer strikeouts than innings pitched. You have a mid-4 ERA. You have a 1.4 WHIP. So it's not stellar, but it's definitely enough to get a job.
And you started as a starter and got moved to a reliever, so teams are like, oh, he's better as a reliever.
Yeah.
There's that folded in too.
Yeah. How many inches are you willing to give if that's basically your performance? Every inch that you give is 1 year in the big leagues. Are you willing to become under 6 feet to reach free agency?
No.
You're not.
No, I'm not.
You can wear lifts. People don't really notice.
The question I have is, do I have the information I have that I'm sitting in this chair right now?
What do you mean?
Like, do I know what I'm currently doing with my life?
Yeah, you
I know that
basically
I'm doing restaurants and I'm buying a bunch, or that's seemingly a bunch.
you know to the point where when you get called up, you're 5'11" Pat Light, and you're guaranteed 6 years in the big leagues, and that you're gonna reach free agency and potentially make $8 million a year as a reliever, maybe 5,
maybe nothing.
No, you definitely wouldn't
You get signed.
Yeah, you wouldn't not get signed.
It's obviously a very difficult question. The reason why I'm even stuttering about it, my original answer was going to be 1 year, because my goal of there was a saying in minor league baseball, or actually saying in college baseball, kind of minor league baseball, was that 1% of college baseball players get drafted. The 1% of that 1% make it play 1 day in the big leagues, and then apparently 1% of that final 1% play a full year of service time in the big leagues. So my goal always was to play 1 year of service time in the big leagues, which I never got, obviously. But with what I'm doing now, I mean, granted, it's tough to compare because my career in baseball was so stressful. So that's when it's in my head always. I'm doing well for myself now, and my life is so much better than it was during my baseball career that it's hard for me to even consider going back.
But I just told you what your numbers are going to be.
Yeah, it's still stressful though.
Yeah, you're a fourth.
It doesn't. The stress
you're
doesn't
not
go away.
You're not going to be great, but you're not going to suck either. You're going to have a 4.36 ERA.
I'm going to spend time in AAA because Joe did that up until
that's true.
15. I was with him in 15 in AAA.
Yeah, your strikeouts per 9 is 8.2, so you're not lights out, but you're not brutal. And your WHIP is going to be 1.4, so there's going to be some traffic there.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, you're not gonna get to feel like you're a stud, but you're not gonna also be damn, I don't belong in the big leagues. That's not gonna be a thought either.
Yeah, I don't know. I enjoy my life right now, so it's I don't even know if I'd give up. I'd maybe give up 1 inch just to do it, to get my full year of service time. But it's not that meaningful to me to get. The only thing that's even remotely wanting me to do it is the money.
Yeah,
but you get to a certain point with money, you don't need any more.
Yeah. Preach.
So
take it from me. I got all this money and I'm sick of it,
Well, think about it, Jared. You're a single guy.
Yep.
Coley's in a different stratosphere
Pat,
right now. Yeah.
I could not be more single right now if I tried.
Listen, Jared.
Yeah.
As you heard over the weekend,
mm-hmm.
I could not be more single if I tried.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I am really single right now.
Really single.
Really single. Right now.
Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. like exponentially single right now.
Yeah,
No,
like there's
what
when you're
exponentially
defining
means.
single, they're
Yeah.
doing is Coley, is it synonyms that are mean the same?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you in the definition of single synonyms, if you went to a thesaurus,
Right.
they would say Jared Carrabis.
Yeah.
And then also synonyms, Pat Light. But I'm in the also category. You are the number one synonym in the single world.
Very single. Like, holy fuck, that guy is single.
Congratulations, by the way, on being that aggressively single.
Yeah. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well deserved.
You know? Yeah. Voicemail,
Does
please.
I
Hold on,
was gonna
voicemail,
say, does single Jared like voicemails?
Oh, he fucking loves them. Let's do back to back. Let's do 2.
Hey, for Section 10 guys, just have another question for Pat. What made you feel worse? Getting lit up on a mound for Boston or being late to the podcast? Just want to see what your opinion is on both.
I feel like we've gotten
similar.
a couple of those.
It's a different question, but it's
similar.
very similar to
It's
others.
similar.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, you also have to give, and again, you have to give the fans of Section 10 a little leeway here because
Right.
not a lot of things to pull from my career to give that.
Yes.
Do you-
Also,
which
I
one-
mean, when you get 7,500 voicemails,
Mhm.
there's going to be, not everyone's going to have an original idea. And that's fine.
No.
That's okay. It was the luck of the draw that, whoever asked the question first, it's not that they called in first. Coley?
But an interesting angle we haven't covered. You're going to continue working with us, which didn't really happen with the baseball thing. So, like, is it harder to keep showing up to the same job knowing, like, oh, man, these are the guys I let down, as opposed to, well, I'm admitted. You're not like, we didn't ship you to, like, the Twins Section 10 podcast. You know what I mean?
I love Pat's pause words while he's thinking. That's how you know his brain's working.
He's shifting into gear. He goes.
Yeah.
That's how he gets from thinking to talking.
Okay. Moving on. It's not harder because when you pitch poorly, most people don't come up to you the next day and absolutely lambaste you about it, and then record it and put it on the internet.
Yeah.
So.
Well,
no, I don't
disagree with that. I disagree with that entirely. There's an entire industry where someone pitches poorly, then they have to sit at a fucking podium, and a whole bunch of people, a whole room full of people are just like, hey, well, that kind of sucked, didn't it? And then they put it in newspapers.
They phrase it much differently. Hey, what was working for you tonight? What wasn't working for you tonight? They don't go in there and say, hey, what the fuck was that about? That was fucking horrendous.
Would you prefer that almost? Like, otherwise, like, people are kind of dancing around it. Like, I don't know.
I can tell you
like,
as a player, I would have preferred it because then I could have been candid.
Right.
It's like interviews are so mundane. That's why anytime someone goes off script, it's like the biggest thing in the fucking world. And it's seemingly, especially in Boston, the media just sits up there trying to get you to go off script. I would have preferred it. You'd get better answers.
Definitely.
Just not professional answers, and that's what the ownership wants.
I kind of wish that I was a professional athlete just to see how quickly I would lose my fucking cool with the media. Like, I don't think, like, these guys that go up there and answer questions after getting their shit pushed in just because they have to be professional for what? Like, why can't you? I mean, I guess if you're hoping to be a Hall of Famer, then writers will get fucking pissy and not vote for you for the Hall of Fame if you don't kiss their asses. But if someone asked me a dumb question, or could you imagine someone trying to like talk like after the Red Sox lost one of those games, one of those games, the Astros and the ALCS. And then people were like trying to like talk to me after the game. Like I didn't even play. I'm not on the team. And I couldn't speak. Like I did not want to talk to people after the Red Sox lost, especially in crushing fashion. Still did it because it's like, all right, this may be the only time that we get to run into each other. Appreciate you listening to the podcast. But like I genuinely care a lot about the outcomes of these baseball games. So sometimes it's just like, I don't want to talk. So I couldn't imagine being the guy going out there and giving up a shit ton of runs, being the reason why the team lost the game, and then having to sit up in front of like cameras and a bunch of fucking dickhead reporters asking me dumb fucking questions. That would quite literally drive me insane, I think. And I wouldn't be able, I don't have that filter. Like I don't, like when people ask me like dumb questions, I'm going to give you like a wise ass answer. Like I can't, like I just have no filter that way.
2 points to that. One, that is one of the reasons why I'm on board with people saying we when they're big fans of like a particular team, because they do care more than probably the players do.
Yep.
The second thing though is, and not saying, Jared, you could never have been a professional baseball player or a professional athlete.
Definitely couldn't.
But one of the things that they talk about with professional athletes is that they are just not just unbelievably talented at the game of baseball, but they are really good at being able to handle those types of things, and it doesn't affect them as much, and that is why they can bounce back so quick and things like that, and be able to mentally handle those situations.
Yeah,
I never got mad at a reporter ever for asking me a question. It just never. I just didn't care. I mean, granted, I don't remember in particular people trying. The only time I ever remember someone trying to kind of get me was where after I first got drafted, someone from the Globe asked me if I was what team I watched, like I rooted for growing up. Like trying to get me to say I rooted for the Yankees. But that was like, I think that was more playful than anything. That wasn't like a really
Definitely
like a get you moment.
Yeah.
Huh?
That definitely 1,000% was like no one cares. Like you were a kid.
Exactly. Yeah. But like I said, that was the only time I ever could even consider someone trying to get me. But the bigger guys is who gets that. But I think the mentality of a professional athlete, you just don't care as much.
Yeah. I can't, I could never do it because my body's natural defense mechanism to anxiety is irritability. So if I had all this attention on me, that would make me anxious, which would in turn be presented as irritability, which you'd be like, this guy's a fucking asshole, when really it's just like, no, I'm about to have like an anxiety attack. Which completely different.
Probably wouldn't work well as a professional athlete if you were constantly having anxiety attacks.
Well, I would also just be fucking nasty, so I wouldn't have any reason to be like, oh, you're going to ask me about how fucking sick I was out there? I'll pull up a chair. I'll talk to you all night.
Another 7 home run game, Rocket. How do you do it?
How do you do it? You ever get fucking bored of those 20 strikeout games? You know. You had one, you had 50. It is what it is. Another Cy Young Award for the wall back home. Might raffle this one off. Who gives a shit? It's another one. My favorite one's the next one. Print that. How about a voicemail? Want a voicemail? Yeah, let's get one.
Hi, this is for Pat. Congratulations on striking out Mike Trout. That's awesome. Don't know how many other people you struck out. I'm sure you know. I'm sure it's a pretty low number, but just want to say we're really happy to have you on the show. I think you make a great punching bag for the rest of Section 10, kind of like Steve did. Good filler there. And keep chasing the dream. Thanks.
Pat, you had 16 big league strikeouts.
I was a strikeout guy.
Big time. What was your...
How many innings? 16?
Your strikeouts per 9 was 8.6.
Yeah.
So.
I was always a strikeout guy. Just happened to be also a walk guy.
Yeah, that's all right.
I'm telling you, they just let me rely on my splitter. I would have continued pitching in the big leagues.
I think so too. The thing about Pat being a punching bag is he's good at it. Steve did not like that at all.
No.
Steve did not like that.
No. I think especially once I joined, because I'm just not a nice person to begin with.
I think I don't think that it's that you're not nice. I think that you speak your mind, and some people like it and some people don't.
Yeah, I think listeners probably like it. I don't think the people I direct it towards care for it.
You know who really didn't like it?
Chris Sale.
Chris Sale. Hated it.
Wasn't a fan.
No.
He didn't pick up on, like, I was happy talking to him too. I was just like, you're fucking asshole teammates. And he was like, I'll kill you right now.
I'll kill you where you stand.
I was like, listen, pal, I get along famously with a handful of them. So I don't know. We're all pals here. He was like, not anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Chris Sale hated it. You're going to have to eventually at some point have a Chris Sale redemption moment.
Do you think next time I see him, I just go up to him and hug him unannounced?
No. No, I don't think so.
You don't think that would fix it?
I don't think that would be the move. No.
Well,
how tall is he? He's got to be what, 6'6"?
I think he's 6'6", yeah. And when you're that 6'6". Slender too, he looks like he's like 6'9". Like
yeah,
he didn't care for that at all.
I mean, it's not like he walked off the interview. I mean, the interview from there.
No.
I mean, we got it back on the track pretty quickly after that. But you can tell.
No one's hated it more in my interviewing career than Cory Maggette.
Who the fuck is that?
He played in the NBA for a long time. He went to Duke. I believe he was the first Duke one and done, which like was not a thing people did back then. It was like 2000, probably 99.
Mm-hmm.
And he had a nickname. And this nickname came about from one specific fan base. And this was kind of like pre-internet. And when it's someone I know, like I know their career, I don't do a ton of research going into the interview because I already know what I want to ask. I know what I want to talk about. Like I have a general idea. Like I didn't interview for the Chris Sale interview. I was like, oh, it's Chris Sale. He plays for the Red Sox. He used to play for the White Sox. Like I know what to ask. So Cory Maggette, I do this long intro. We're sitting there and I end it with his nickname, which was Bad Porn. Because I had always thought, again, this was pre-internet. It was just a nickname I had heard on like from one of my friends growing up playing basketball. He was just like, yeah, this is Bad Porn. And I always thought he was called Bad Porn because like what he was doing was ugly, but it got the job done. Was not why they called him that. They just did not like him, so they called him that. I can't remember the reasoning even now. But I said it, and it turns out I was only the second person ever to say it to his face. The other time was this like 11-year-old kid who asked him on a playground once, like, why do people call you Bad Porn? And the reason he didn't much care for me bringing it up, big religion guy. So he truly hated the nickname. Like, not only just hated it because the people calling him that didn't like him, also hated it because of the anti-religious connotation that came with it as well. And so poor Tyler was just like, at this point, it's just, and Cory Maggette, and Jared, I know, has no idea what he looks like. I don't know if Jake or Pat Light has any idea what Cory Maggette looks like. One of the most jacked human beings to have ever existed, like just naturally cut from a rock, like truly swole. And he just goes,
he's huge,
6'9", just like absolutely like the perfect athlete. Truly,
it says 6'6".
6'6". Sorry, my apologies.
But he's
massive. He's 6'6". You're right. I was thinking of someone else. And so at this point, he just turns to me. This was how I opened the interview, Jared.
You called him that to start? I thought you said to end it.
No. To start, I did this whole long intro for him, like gassing him up. And then I end it with Cory Bad Porn Maggette. And he just goes, this is how we're starting. And I was just like, boy. And at this point, like we're sitting 3 next to each other. He like turns his whole body towards me. And so we have, we
Is
talk
there
it
video
out.
of this?
I don't think there is because Devlin was like setting up the camera. We already had the mics out.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, you guys are good to go. And I think as I said it, Tyler was like, yeah, you can cut the, this interview is not going to happen. And so we had a back and forth. I think he understood that I meant no ill will, but we definitely had to talk it out. The rest of the interview was for sure contentious. But it was for sure like I explained myself. I don't think he had first bought it. And then like I also dug in a little because he was just like, how would you like it if people called you names at work? I was like, buddy, I work on the internet. People do call me names at work. Like that's all I get every day. Much worse than bad porn. Which he also like, again, he didn't understand what I was talking about. So he just got angrier. But we landed the plane. We did the interview. I don't know. People are going to tweet me. I don't know if I ever put it out because of how awkward it was. But it was for sure way worse than because the Chris Sale thing was just a moment. Like I feel like he got over it pretty quick. He probably still hates me. That's fine.
Which is weird because Chris Sale is like a barstool guy. Like he knows.
Yeah, he might not. He might not hate me, but he also fiercely loyal to his teammates. So
it was surprising and not surprising at the same time.
Correct. Yeah, I was playing it more loose maybe than I should have, but that's also kind of what we do here. So I don't like to change up. You know what I mean?
I also think like that response, like the response was perfect. It's just that I think he was serious when he said those guys aren't assholes. They're my teammates. But like, I think being a barstool guy and kind of knowing what the tone of the interviews normally would be, that I would have at least thought that he would have laughed.
He didn't.
He didn't. Do not call Chris Sale's teammates assholes. Don't do that.
No,
because he will not like.
Maybe he thought like I was trying to get him or something. Like Pat was just saying, like he was trying to think I was trying to talk him into bad mouthing one of his teammates, which isn't some fucking. No. We had someone else who used to come around the office a lot too that always thought I was trying to trick them into saying something, and I was like, no man, I'm just talking about basketball. You just happen to be here. Like I'm not. I don't really care what your take is. I'm just saying this about certain people. Like you don't have to agree or disagree. I don't really give a shit. Like I'm going to bash the Philadelphia 76ers whether or not you're sitting next to me.
Yeah. Chris Sale is one of those dudes that he's not just bopping around. I can count on one hand how many times I've talked to Chris Sale, and I have been at Fenway in the dugout around the team a lot.
Right.
In the years that he's been here. You know, he'll come out of the clubhouse, come up the steps, and then he'll walk towards the end of the dugout, and then he'll come up the stair. Like a lot of the guys will come up the stairs closest to home plate. He likes to come up the stairs, walk the length of the dugout, and then go up those stairs because the media is usually waiting at the other set of stairs. So he'll come up those stairs, go out into right field, and he'll like play catch, do his bullpens, like get like his like jogs in, whatever the fuck he's gonna do out there. And then when he comes back in the dugout, he's just down the steps, through the dugout, and then back into the clubhouse. But in order to have any interaction with him, you have to be sitting in the dugout. He has to like walk past you in the dugout, which that's happened a couple times. So yeah, anytime that he's walked past me, he's said hi, and like I'll have to say hi first because a lot of times he just has his head down, like he's just fucking. He doesn't want to give anyone the chance to be like, "Hey, Chris, you got like 5 minutes?" Like you have to assume a guy like that has the most down to the second routine. Where if you divert him for 5 minutes, you might just like fuck up the course of the rest of his day. So yeah, I mean, there's been a couple times that I've had the chance to talk to him since that interview, but nothing extensive.
No, that's just not who he is, and I respect it.
Yeah, I mean, like when you've got a routine, I'm not ever trying to get in the way of that for a fucking stop and chat. Like,
and I mean, even after I said that, he still laughed, and the rest of that interview, he took a picture with us after. Like, he certainly wasn't like, fuck.
He's definitely not like, at no point did I think he was going to get up and walk out and was like, fuck these guys. No. It was just.
If and when we do interview him again, I'm for sure calling his teammates assholes again.
I wouldn't do it. I feel like, I think what you should do.
It's a bit between me and Chris.
You wouldn't get it. You wouldn't get it. It's a me and Chris thing. I think what you should do is ask him about it. Be like, yeah, so like, remember when I called your teammates assholes and you were ready to rip my throat out?
Remember when I called your asshole teammates assholes? It's like, this guy. So should I do this before or after the sneak attack hug that he'll love?
I think if we did, remember when I called your asshole teammates a bunch of dirty assholes? Remember that? I feel like there would probably be like a picture. Like, it'd be very funny if you took a picture and he was like actually like strangling you.
I did that with Matt Barnes. Matt Barnes choked me out for a picture. Not Red Sox Matt Barnes.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, that doesn't seem like Matty Backpack's MO.
No. No, I've had very brief, like, head nod with him. That's the most of our interactions ever been.
Backpacks?
Yeah, I've just never been around when he's around. Like, it was at...
super friendly.
I'm sure. But I've just never been around to speak to him. So I'm not around a lot. There's not a lot of opportunity.
It's true.
No, Matt Barnes, when I was in college, I sat behind the Orlando Magic bench for a game, and they beat the Celtics by 1,000 points. And at the end of the game, him and Marcin Gortat were like still cheering a lot. Like, annoyingly, they were trolling, and I didn't care for it. So I was giving Marcin Gortat the what for. And then Matt Barnes turned around and he got in on the action. So I gave it back to him. And when the game ended, he stared me down the whole way out. And me and him were just we were just grilling each other. And so I brought it up to him when he came on. I was like, before we even start, I got to let you know, me and you have history. And he was like, oh yeah? And I brought it up and he was like, oh, I remember that. I remember that. I remember that very well. And I was like, why were you grilling me the whole way out? He was like, I thought you were going to throw something. And I was like, I would never throw something. Like, we were talking shit. Like, I was hoping you were going to come swing on me so I could sue you. And he was like,
sue you.
He was like, that's pretty good. But yeah, I guess like he had so much shit thrown at him and had seen so many fans throw shit at players. He just anticipated, since I was so active, I was going to throw something at him.
That's a fair concern.
For sure. I was a little offended. I was like, I'm not going to throw something at a guy's guy. That's not me.
Pat, when you walked off the mound getting booed by 40,000 people, did you at any point think that someone was going to throw something at you? Like, what is that? Do you remember that moment? Like, or is it one of those things where you just, you kind of like black it out of your mind, like a normal Tuesday at fucking McSwiggins?
Wow, the correct name.
That's the name of the bar?
What I was going to say earlier, we were going to say so many fake names, we'd eventually land back on the real one again.
Yeah. I said it in a way where I was trying to be disrespectful and be like, yeah, there's no way it's called McSwiggins. What a terrible name. It's McSwillies. If, like, what... Does that moment feel quick because there's so much energy in the ballpark? So it's like, it went by so fast that I don't remember it, or did it feel like it was the longest walk ever?
Longest walk ever. I'm one of those guys that I don't mind being booed because I feel as though it comes with the territory if you suck.
Yeah.
Some
guys don't like
I'm not one of those people like, well, you fucking get out of here and pitch. I threw the last pitch, whatever. I don't even remember how I got out of the inning. But started getting booed. I remember the thought going through me. I looked down. I remember the thought going through me, like, wow, totally deserve this. And then I kept walking. And I remember getting close to the line and just thinking that this did not go as I had hoped it would. And then typically I get close. Like I said, I get close to the dugout.
John, they move these dugouts back. What the fuck?
I got close to the dugout and talked to John, and I thought, typically speaking, in these scenarios, they shake your hand, say, "Hey, you're done," and then instead at this time he said, "Hey, go get him next inning." And I was like, "You're gonna send me back out there, okay?"
Wait, so when you got booed off the mound, you came back out?
Yeah.
Oh, imagine paying to see that.
There's a reason why I stepped out of the mound, out of the dugout there, and they booed me again.
They're like, "Come on, this guy."
Like, these are the highest ticket prices in baseball.
Was the walk back to the mound even longer?
I don't remember much of that. I do remember stepping out of the dugout and looking back, but I was fucking with Mookie, so that wasn't as bad. The walk from the mound was significantly worse.
Okay.
I'm just happy I got through that whole inning, next inning, because I'm getting pulled from the game. There's nothing worse than pitching shitty and having to stand there and wait for your manager to walk out there.
Come get you.
Right.
Yeah. And then you got to hammer the ball, and now you are walking by yourself. The game is stopped. No one's walking off the field with you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just you.
Walk of shame.
People are probably booing you.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing worse than that.
I don't know that, like, I would feel that way. I think if you have played baseball your whole life and you've trained to become a professional and you made it to the highest level imaginable, and you're in the big leagues and you're at Fenway Park, I think if I were in that position where I just threw an absolute stinker and it was my first time ever getting booed off a mound, I think part of me would want to laugh and be like, this is so fucking cool. Like, I'm getting booed off a mound in a big league game. Like, this is fucking cool. I think
You better
just
do
to
that
check
for the fucking Pirates. You can't do that for the Red Sox. And
no one's at a Pirates game, so it wouldn't feel the same.
True. Good point.
Good
point.
To get booed off the mound at Yankee Stadium, Fenway Park, Wrigley Field, one of the iconic ballparks in front of one of the most passionate fan bases, I would walk off the mound and I would have to be fighting some sort of laughter or smile, because the baseball fan in me would be like, this is, I mean, it sucks that I suck, but this is pretty fucking cool to just get showered with booze by my own fans. That would make me like, I wouldn't want it to be a regular thing. I think after the first time, if it happened again, then I'd be like, all right, guys, like, come on.
I'm trying.
But that first time, I think I'd be like, this is pretty cool.
Never entered my head.
Well, it was also your first and only time pitching at Fenway, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that sucks. Like, you don't want that to happen in your Fenway Park debut.
No, you don't ever. I can assure you, don't ever want that to happen.
I would, though.
It's turned into a good, nice little post-career story for people. Like, I'm not even sure I would be doing what I'm doing right now with you without that story. That story, for whatever reason, has really resonated with people.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we all get booed off the mound in our lives.
Most people don't get booed off of a mound and then get to be like an empathetic like figure a few years later. Like, we usually just boo the fuck out of someone and then they go to Abbotsville, Missouri, wherever the fuck, and die. Like, we never hear from that person again. So like, for you to be as candid, and I've given you credit for this before, as candid and open about it, like, is a interesting thing that people don't get to hear often.
Yeah,
it's very true. Very true.
Yeah.
And interestingly enough, that story has resonated so much that I've been asked before about it, and it being my debut. Most people think that was my debut, which it was not.
Right. Yeah.
So it is. It took the thing that was the toughest on me that day was my family was in the stands, so I knew my mother
was booing you.
My father.
Standing on her chair. I want to make sure that everyone in this section knows that this guy stinks.
Talk about making a scene. But in a real way, my mother and father didn't be tough for them to handle.
Well, I'm sure. Well,
luckily though, I mean, I'm assuming that they were in the friends and family section, but
as you know, the friends and family section is still surrounded by fans.
It is. I mean, it's not like
you can hear the rest of the stadium.
Yeah, you can hear it. But like, if you're in the friends and family section and the entire crowd is booing your son, you're not going to be sitting directly next to someone that's booing your son.
Pedroia's uncle's like, you fucking stink, dude. Boo.
Yeah. Like when you're sitting in the friends and family section, you kind of look around at, if someone gets booed off the mound, you can see who the mortified family is. It's like, hey, the Light family, how are you guys? It's like,
let's go get a beer.
Yeah. Yeah. You buy those people a drink, Of course, that's your answer to everything.
There's been no worse family experience, though, in baseball pitching history than Josh Hader's family at the All-Star game.
Oh, yeah.
You talk about
a tough scene.
Do you not know what I'm talking about, Pat?
I do not.
Oh, he was at the All-Star game. He gave up the go-ahead home run, right?
Yeah.
To the AL.
Wasn't it?
I think so. That sounds right. He gave up the go-ahead home run, and it was only like the 7th, too. It wasn't that late in the game, I don't think. It wasn't like the 9th. There was plenty of game left to be played. And someone on Twitter, some gambling degenerate, was so, like, they clearly had the NL or Hader to not give up a home run there. And so they searched his old tweets, and boy, oh boy, were there some old tweets, and they all went viral, to the point where it got back to Hader's family in the stadium. And everyone was like now turning their wrath on them because they thought, oh, you're all bad people. So they had to turn their jerseys inside out so that no one could see the name on the back. But now it's like you're the only people there with inside out jerseys. Like you're still very easy to spot. Mm-hmm. So that was tough. That was worse than like, oh, your kid just stinks. It's like, oh, he's clearly good because he's at the All-Star game, but he's just like a bad person, like potentially.
Mm-hmm.
It is worse.
Yeah, much worse.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, like, I guess, like, I probably have, like, a similar experience to you in a way, Pat. Like, my mom will fucking read Reddit, and then she'll be like, do you see all these people saying this fucking horrible shit about you? Like, all the time. I'm like, Mom, fucking stop reading that shit. Like, stop. But she'll, like, I used to read it back in the day because you can't help but, like, oh, there's a thread? A community of people are talking about me, that's great. And then you read it and you're like, oh, these are all horrible, horrible things. So I stopped doing that because you eventually, over time, your brain is like, all right, these are all horrible things, but eventually someone's going to defend me, right? Like someone's going to come in here and say some positive things. No, it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse. So there's no point to reading it. But that's why my mom comes up clutch, because we'll just be sitting there at dinner, be like, there's a whole thread. People fucking hate you, dude. Like these people have nothing nice to say. And I'm like, so my mom, in an internet sense, as a podcaster, blogger, she's been witness to her son getting booed off the mound for sure, multiple times.
Part of the game, boys.
Yeah, you play to win the game.
Play to win.
You play to win the game.
Mm-hmm.
Jake, how about a voicemail?
What's up, man? First of all, props to Jake for this content idea. Calling in voicemails and all. I mean, I at least assume it was Jake, but I mean, I'm at least 100% sure it wasn't Pat's idea. Anyways, just wanted to call in and drop a thank you. Also, one question I do have for you to expand on, I guess, is what pieces of advice do you give to like 23-year-olds, 23-ish-year-olds, I guess, who are growing up? I mean, we're all becoming adults right now, and you guys all went through that. I imagine a majority of your listeners are around that age and navigating their way through life. I'd love to hear what you guys have to say. How do you guys do? I mean, it's a lot of fun listening to you guys every week.
That was out of the blue. Just, hey, do you have life advice for someone who's 23 years old? I feel like, how old are you, Jake?
I'm 24.
This is for Jake, all the Jakes out there. I feel like all three of us are going to have wildly different things to say. I feel like we both, our paths have all led us here to Section 10. I don't think there's any such similarities to the paths that the three of us have taken, all gentlemen in our 30s now. I don't. You know what? I don't want to start.
I will, because first of all, I think we all have tremendous similarities. All three of us failed at baseball. Jared, me and you don't have like the most dissimilar path to where we got to.
Well, I think in terms of like the whole failing at baseball thing, I retired. Like I didn't.
We all retired.
I didn't want to go to the big leagues. I think I just recognized at a certain point that the career longevity was in being a baseball media personality, and that the average lifespan or career span of a baseball player in the big leagues has got to be what, like fucking a year and a half? What do you think the average career span is?
Less than that.
Less than a year.
Yeah, less
than a year.
Sure.
Less than.
So I was like, all right, I could go through all this hard work to play 70 big league games. No. So that's when I stopped playing baseball at an extremely high level, and I focused on a media career, which has brought me here.
Before I give my actual advice to the 23-year-old who genuinely needs it, what's the lowest level team you could have been on that would have beat the highest level of Jared's team? Like your 8th grade team, do they beat Jared's like senior year team?
So Jared, you stopped playing after high school?
Yes, I stopped playing after my senior year of high school. Actually, no, I played in the New England Baseball League when I was in college, and I think that my
New England Baseball League, like in the summer?
Yes, summer ball.
What team did you play for?
The Mets. I played for the Cape Cod Cubs and whatever the Mets were.
Is this like an adult league?
It's like a summer league for like D1 and D3 baseball players.
Okay. No D2.
No D2.
No, they don't accept D2 applicants.
No. I played in that league for 2 years. 2 years. And I can't tell you which team was worse out of those two teams in that league and my high school baseball. Probably my high school baseball team. We were very bad. I can't say they. Like I was the standout superstar and everyone else sucked. Like everyone sucked. We all sucked.
Yeah, I heard Coley told me about the division, I guess you guys were in.
Yeah.
I mean, fucking Jeff Allison pitched in our division.
Sure, individual humans can rise from terrible divisions, but you play like D7.
No. I mean, it was not good.
5?
We're not playing in the same conference as like Malden Catholic and St. John's Prep and
right.
Austin Prep and all whatever, yeah. Those schools are better for baseball. St. Mary's.
All sports.
All sports, yeah. Mm-hmm. Actually, Saugus hockey was elite in the state. Saugus wouldn't fucking...
I went to CM. Like, you can't tell me about elite hockey programs.
Saugus High won states like every year.
Did you win Super 8s or did you win states?
I mean, I wasn't on the team. I don't know what the fuck
it wasn't Super 8s. You won D6, like hockey champions.
That's not true.
You guys got a pinwheel on your
hat,
is
not true.
A propeller, and
you're gonna make me look it up to defend the hockey players, and like I didn't even play for the team.
I don't remember Saugus winning Super 8s. Is all I'm saying.
I don't even know what that means.
Right. It would. Pat, what level would you have, like freshman year then?
I'd say freshman year of high school. Yeah, we'd probably beat them.
Okay.
Your freshman team would definitely beat our.
And you're on the bump, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even think you need me though, probably based off what I'm hearing from the team.
Wow.
We were fucking.
I mean, Jared's not even speaking highly of them.
No,
it's true. Yeah.
Team was fucking. We were terrible. We were terrible at baseball. Terrible coaches. I think one of the last episodes ever of Starting Nine, I just went on like a fucking maniacal rant about how big of a piece of shit my high school baseball coach was. Just out of the blue. I was like, and by the way, that fucking piece of shit coach. But
that happens. But yeah, if you're 23 right now, life can definitely, and I'm just trying to base it off of like the severity of how he was asking. A, the holidays just passed, so I don't know people's individual situations. It's always a tough time of year for certain people. B, 23, you can kind of feel like your life's over. You're out of college. You have some friends who have latched on to like what they believe to be careers. You might not have that yet. You might be searching for meaning. Your fucking 20s they last forever. I know everyone acts like they go by quickly. They don't. You're in your 20s I lived 7 different lives in my 20s alone. And it wasn't until the last one when I felt like I had any control or it felt like anything good was going to happen out of it. So just take a breath every once in a while. Realize you are not the protagonist of reality. Take a breath, take a step back. Keep searching for what you want to do. Keep searching for things that you like. You'll figure it out. It will come.
Also, I think I lived at home with my parents until I was like 26.
Correct.
Yeah.
Same.
Whenever, like, I think I was like doing the baseball show and living with my parents still.
Yeah.
It's like you do what you got to do. Save your money. If you're fortunate enough to be able to live with your parents while you're saving money, go right ahead and do that. You're only going to help yourself in the long run. Pat, I feel like your advice is going to be terrible.
Why? What?
Well, I did not live with my parents until I'm 26. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I actually have a good friend that was able to pay off a ton of student loan debt way faster than all my other buddies because he did that very thing. I give the same advice to pretty much everyone because it's the number one thing that's helped me throughout my entire life is make as many connections as you can make, genuine ones. I try to make friends. Everything I have in my life other than baseball, I've gotten because of friends that I've made.
You didn't try to be my friend at first.
But I wouldn't be on the show if we didn't become friends.
Yeah.
All 3 bars that I have, I've gotten through a friend of mine. Like, not just connections. Anyone can see through that. I know when people come to the bar, just trying to make me as a connect for them. It's like actually become friends with people.
I mean, fucking
very time consuming.
93% of the.
It can pay off.
Mm-hmm. Is that the reason you make friends is for your own personal benefit?
No, I'm just saying, like, don't go up there saying they're just trying to be like, how did you start owning bars and blah, 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 blah. Like, if you want it, like, it's stupid. I don't want to talk to you about that.
How much money you make a year, Pat?
What?
How much?
Let's reverse this. How much money do you think I make a year?
$17 million.
$17 million.
Okay. After taxes.
You have 3 bars? I thought you had 2.
I have
One's
2
a
bars.
steakhouse.
No, it's sushi restaurants.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you had one that was like a steakhouse.
I'm looking into steakhouses in the city.
Gotcha. All right.
Yeah,
I knew that didn't come from nowhere.
Yeah. No, it didn't come from nowhere. I can tell you 17 million incorrect.
Okay.
18.
Too high?
A bit too high, yes.
Okay.
Realistically, what do you think I make in a year?
I mean, like, I know nothing about your industry, so I wouldn't even have like, oh, I know this guy owns 2 bars in Boston, and he probably makes around this. And it's like, well, in that area, what would it be? Like, I have no reference point at all.
He's also mostly owned bars during pandemic.
Yeah.
So,
and like,
which to help you though in this scenario, because you're probably gonna go lower because of that. Theoretically speaking, not theoretically, this has actually happened. At least Green Rock made more money than it's ever made during the pandemic.
Oh,
interesting.
It's all because of the government free money though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, they were very helpful, which I was very appreciative of.
Hmm.
So theoretically, we didn't make that money, but the government gave it to us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you guys are on welfare. I heard you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Charity case. Can't be a lot. I mean, your apartment is kind of fucking.
You never even been to my apartment.
I mean, I've seen. Videos.
Yeah, we see the crooked walls behind you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is it
I'll
like?
also give you. No, I can't say that. That's giving too much information away from my bartenders.
Yeah. You know what? I don't even want to know. I'm in my head. You're a millionaire. In my head, you signed for over $1 million, and you know that money's obviously gone by now. But like, I think like you, in my mind, Pat Light, millionaire.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you this for background for the listeners. Jared has approached me several times when I've been talking about buying restaurants, and privately he will be like, "Pat, like, where are you getting all this money from?"
Yeah,
you selling drugs? Like, what are you doing?
It is. I don't understand that world. It is very foreign to me. But
it's very
Pat,
different world.
When I was talking to him about other things, when we had a phone call,
when the fuck did you guys have a phone call?
Listening to him talk about the business side of things was very interesting. I don't want to say it catches you off guard because I think that's insulting, and I'm not trying to be insulting, but just like the second nature of it to you, I guess, was the more surprising thing of it. Like, I feel like you hear about a lot of former athletes going into opening restaurants or stuff like that, and they're just like, fuck it, like, this will work. And that wasn't the case with you by any stretch.
Thank you. Well, Pat's smart.
I wasn't trying to go that far.
I mean, Pat was smart, and then Pat has also, in post-playing days, has taken even more time to further educate himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'll give him that.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a savvy businessman.
Definitely savvy.
Mm-hmm. How about a voicemail?
Hi, boys. Casey here. Two quick things. One, I so rarely disagree with Coley, but navy is absolutely a blue. Two, the real business for today. Pat, based on your guest appearances, I had really high expectations for you joining the show. I even thought it could last longer than your major league tenure. But I don't know.
That was it?
Yeah, that was it.
I thought she was more mean towards the end of that.
Yeah, I mean, she sounds, sounds like a nice lady.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a lovely lady.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have
What do you
say?
I said I hope to live up to her expectations in the future.
Well, I mean, you already have. You've already made more than 2 appearances on the podcast.
Very true.
Pat's
do we have to
AirPods
berate
are
him?
dying. What?
Like, this guy's not ready to like go deep into a game.
To cast.
I can't. The batteries only last so long, guys.
It's like 8 hours.
No, they don't.
All right, dude.
You got dud pods.
Google
man.
that. There's
You know how you avoid that,
I can
Pat?
promise you.
You know how
they're
you
not
avoid
even
that,
close to
Pat?
8 hours.
Wires.
I don't even think I have a pair of ones that have wires anymore.
Well, I do.
According to Apple, the original battery should last up to 10 hours.
10 hours
per charge.
As
10 hours
that
per
is
charge.
so false. It's unbelievable.
Well, it looks like it's true on the internet.
Everything you read on the internet is true, Jared.
Yeah. Yep. It is what it is, Pat. See these fucking headphones right here? Never died on me. Not once. No charge. Nothing. The amount of people that shame me for having headphones with wires, and then here's fucking Mr. Wireless over here complaining
I don't want this to be I mean, I'm rocking wireless. These things aren't even close to dead. 77% still on these things.
We can do another 6 hours right now.
Yeah, I'm barely. I mean, my trackpad's about to die, which is alarming.
I got no issues over here. Nothing is about to die over here.
Bang.
Not one thing. What is that?
Trackpad.
I don't know what that is.
You have one on your laptop. I just have a computer.
Oh, right. This guy. Yeah. The mouse. Mm-hmm. Keyboard. Wireless.
Future.
It is the future.
Mm-hmm.
But I just particularly don't. I don't care about the judgment of people that make fun of me for having wires on my headphones. And I certainly don't give a fuck about the people that shame me for not having dark mode on my phone. I don't know why that bothers people so much. It's a matter of personal preference, and I like light mode. I think they're like, yeah, if you do dark mode, it doesn't hurt your eyes to read Twitter. And I'm like, if I have a dark fucking screen, I'm straining my eyes to see what it says. I can't see it. Turn the lights on. Turn on light mode. Now I can read these tweets. I don't understand the dark mode, but again, I'm not going to shame dark mode people. That's your preference. That's what you like. I like light mode. Am I alone in this, Pat? You light mode guy?
I'm not. I think I'm in dark mode, but I don't necessarily care.
That's not something that you would have to double check.
Yeah, no, I am in dark mode.
That's insane.
People know that. It's like, what's your birthday?
No, it's certainly not I do not care if I'm in light. When I turn my phone on for the first time, they ask me which one I do.
Pat,
it seems like I click dark mode.
Pat, do you use Twitter like, I don't know, every fucking day of your life for like the last 7 years? You don't know if you're in light mode or dark mode without checking?
Clearly not. I just fucking had to check for you.
That's insane, and I don't believe you.
Insane.
I promise you.
I've got Twitter on my computer set to dark. Like I've got everything in dark mode.
I just had to check, and I live here on video and on audio that I had to check.
I just don't believe it, because you use Twitter a lot.
It just happened in front of you. I don't understand how you don't believe it. You watched it with your own eyes.
Is your Instagram on dark mode?
Doesn't everything go on dark mode if you're on dark mode?
Are you asking me that question?
Yeah. I'm on Instagram now. I'm on dark mode.
Love that.
It's the shamers out there that make me feel weird about screenshotting things from Twitter or Instagram and then tweeting it out. Like I'm basically revealing like I'm in light mode. And it's like if I want, like today, the picture of Brock Holt with Mookie and Benny. I screenshotted my Instagram and I tweeted the picture, and I was almost afraid that all the replies were just going to be about being on light mode instead of like, there's 3 baseball players that we love and they're hanging out with each other.
What's interesting is when I used to run social, would have to switch to light mode because dark mode wasn't an accepted enough mode yet, specifically to screenshot things that I was going to post. That was a hassle.
You know what else is a hassle? The fact that we haven't heard a voicemail in quite a bit. So I'd like to hear one more.
Okay.
I fucking hate Pat Light.
Was that the end of the voicemail?
It was.
It was. Damn.
You get a lot of people, they try and mince words, they try and beat around the bush. You get some people, they just fucking head down, right to the point.
Hey, we can all agree everyone here loves Pat Light, right?
Great guy.
Jake?
Fantastic. Hi.
Mm-hmm. Tremendous. One of my favorite, if not my favorite person in the world.
Well, you just rated me 3rd on the current screen, so
Well, that was
glad you brought it up because I was about to.
I don't remember that.
Fair.
It's been long enough. That was like 8 voicemails ago. Move on. It's a whole new world out
Pat,
there.
I swear to God, if you're texting us again while we're on a show.
And you act like you haven't done that, Coley.
Have you done that,
When have I
Coley?
done that?
Yeah,
I've never done that.
Like 2 shows ago, he texted us saying, "I have to leave."
Oh, that's true.
different.
That's a good point, Pat.
That's so I'm not breaking up the type of show
flow.
we're having.
Well, I'm trying to not break up by telling you that my AirPods battery are low.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
And
we've
then
turned that
also
into content.
earlier today that my AirPods disconnected.
Are we officially at the longest Section 10 episode ever?
I don't
Has
know.
to be up there. We're at 3.5 right now.
I can tell you this: my AirPods have never even come close to dying before. So yeah, we're definitely further along than we usually are.
Yeah. Did you have anything to do tonight? I mean, it's almost 1:00 in the morning. Did we start? What time we start at? Like 9?
Yeah, no, I had nothing. I told you guys earlier today I prefer earlier in the evening, but I had nothing to do. I was ready to show up at 2 a.m. Jared, for you.
Yeah. I mean, I was ready. I started at 1. That was really it. I just wanted to get to 1 a.m.
Yeah, I knew that was going to happen the second we crossed over 12.
That we were going to 1.
Yeah.
You want to empty the bench real quick? Or you want to hit a voicemail first?
I say the first emptying the bench is hitting a voicemail.
Yeah, empty the bench real quick. Jake, can we get a voicemail, please?
I would just like to state the emotional damage that Pat Lake caused me by being late to the show, 3 hours late. I look forward to the show so much, and it gets me through my week, and I rely on you guys for happiness, and I hope this puts pressure on him to always show up. I would honestly rather put toothpicks under my toenails and kick a door than have Pat be late again. And it just really shows that he doesn't care. And may I add, I don't think Steve was late once. I miss Steve. That's it.
That's not true. Steve was late all the time.
He might call in. We don't even have really a phone number. He might call in to yell at you for that.
Steve, I mean, we would have to record when we recorded because Steve was working.
That's true. I don't know that
Steve,
constitutes being late.
Put it this way.
That's true.
Put it this way. I don't think Steve was ever late because he just fucking got shit-faced the night before and didn't fucking wake up in his own bed like some piece of shit. But Steve wasn't always on time, but it was usually that he was working.
I was working the night before.
Well, I wasn't talking about you in that hypothetical that I just...
Yeah. Defensive much?
Yeah, if the shoe fits, Jesus.
Okay.
Empty the bench.
Empty the bench real quick.
I'm not gonna make it.
No?
At 4%.
No, you got it.
You got
I don't
this.
think not till 1 a.m. I don't. I just got the other one. I might have just lost near talk.
Why don't you plug one
Yep.
in, let that charge, and then when this one's like about to die, you just do the old switcheroo.
Hmm.
Well, this one's already dead, so let's hope that works.
I got an empty in the bench.
Real quick.
Empty in the bench real quick. According to MLB Pipeline, the Red Sox have the #1 most improved farm system in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if someone had improved more than Heim did here.
They went from a preseason rank of the 24th best system in baseball. And now MLB Pipeline has the Red Sox system at number 12. Pretty good. Good job, Heim.
And I feel like they're doing that based off of like guys they're fairly certain on. I think I'm higher on more of our 50-50 guys than I think people who do it for a living probably should be. But I think more of these guys are going to hit than miss.
Do you know what the highest you ranked as a prospect, Pat?
In Major League Baseball or the Red Sox?
The Red Sox.
I'm pretty sure I was top 10 at one point. I can't remember, though.
That's got to be out there somewhere.
Definitely.
Yeah, it would be difficult to find, though.
No.
I would say if I was going to be one, it would have been early 2015, or I guess you could. How long? When did they take you off after your debut, or after you spend like a considerable amount of time in the big leagues?
No, you have to lose your
rookie status.
Minor league rookie status.
Okay, so then yeah, I guess could have been on my whole career. So I would either say early 2016 or early 2015. Early 2015, I was in Portland and I was on a fucking tear.
All right, so the first thing that comes up when you type in 2015 Red Sox is Baseball Prospectus, and it was written December 1st, 2014. So you're saying that's too early?
Too early,
okay.
Yeah.
Because you're not on that.
Yeah, because that would have been after Salem. I wasn't that good that year. I didn't really start making noise until like my second or third appearance in Portland, and then I just went on a month and a half tear, and then they sent me to Pawtucket. And when I was going to Pawtucket, it was a big. Most people were talking about me making just a quick stop in Pawtucket and going straight to the big leagues. Would later find out that my AAA pitching coach made a stop to that, which is a story for another time.
I think this is probably why I hated you. Your Sox Prospects picture makes you look like a fucking asshole.
Yeah, it's not a great look.
I don't remember what it is.
It was when you were with the
hat's
Spinners.
too big.
No, it's his face. It's his face. Like he's got the. That doesn't look like Pat Light. Like that's not Pat Light in that picture.
I agree.
I'm looking it up.
Yeah, that doesn't look like you at all.
Oh wow!
Right? Like that's not
young
Pat Light. Anyways, Sox Prospects still has Pat Light's page available. The physical description: tall. I'm taking the bench real quick. Physical description of Pat Light: tall right-hander with long and lean frame, has body to add weight as he physically matures into his mid-20s. Did you add weight into your mid-20s?
I guess kinda. I mean, I was 200 leaving college, like it says here. I probably either my first offseason or my second offseason when I put on a bunch of weight, and I hovered around 225, 235 my whole career.
It says your fastball was 94 to 97. Live arm has reportedly touched 100 miles an hour. Heavy pitch that shows late life and finish down in the zone, but flattens out when elevated. Average control, fringe average command, plus potential offering, but could be held back by command profile. Ooh, they knew.
Which is interesting is I in like 120 innings or something like that, in 120, 130 innings in college. If you look at my Monmouth stats, I think they're on there.
They are.
I walked like 13 people in 120 innings. I used to have
pretty good.
I was fantastic until I tried to throw 100 all the time in the bullpen. That's when I lost it.
You had a 6 ERA as a freshman. That's not good. You had a 4 ERA as a sophomore, and then it was a 2.40 as a junior. How did you get taken in the first round? You sucked for 2 years.
It doesn't matter. It's all about the Cape League leading up to it, and then how hard you throw.
That makes sense.
No one cares what your statistics are, and that's why baseball is such a. That's why I always like when kids ask me trying to go to Vanderbilt. It's like fuck Vanderbilt. Fucking go somewhere that you'll play for 3 years. So going into the draft your junior year, you're better than you were going in your freshman year.
Makes sense.
If you can pitch at Vanderbilt, you probably should. I don't know.
Thing is, you should. I'm telling you, you probably should. The amount of careers I've seen wasted on guys who got big scholarships to these big schools, they go there, they don't perform in the first couple innings or first couple outings. They replace him with some other guy who can throw 96, and then this guy's left in the dust. He goes to the transfer portal, ends up fucking around at some other school, goes to a JUCO, ends up sucking. It happens too many times. These big schools don't give a fuck. They'll go give these fucking baby-ass scholarships to 40 different people. You'll come in thinking you're the guy, and everyone comes in thinking you're the guy, and you get fucked, and no one talks about that shit. Go to a place you can play. Does not matter what division you are.
I'm going to go to Vanderbilt.
I feel like you might get noticed there.
If you play.
You suffered a torn hamstring in May of 2013 that was initially misdiagnosed before all but ending his season in June. Who misdiagnosed you?
For whatever reason, the Boston Red Sox refused to get me an MRI. I tore my hamstring running, and to be fair, my athletic trainer did do a bunch of tests on me, and for whatever reason, I did have a ton of strength in my hamstring still, so that didn't seem like a tear. But I would go out there, I would recover, I would throw 3 pitches in my next outing. I would throw the first one, felt fine, the second one felt bad, the third one I was like, I can't do it, it's going to pull again. They pulled me 2 more weeks on rehab, did the exact same thing again, 3 pitches. And then they finally sent me to Boston. They gave me an MRI, like, yeah, it's torn.
Damn.
It took me a month and a half, 2 months to just get it diagnosed.
This says you scrapped your changeup in 2015. Was that your idea, or did someone tell you that it was terrible?
I knew it was terrible. The fucking Red Sox, like idiots that they were at the time, took away my best pitch when I left college, which was my splitter, because it would strain my elbow. I still, to this day, I promise you, I will never. It'd be tough for you to convince me that I couldn't have been a good starter because they took away my out pitch.
It's interesting.
Like you sent me against the best hitters I've ever faced, and you took away the only pitch I could get people out with. Like, what did you expect me to do? I was surprised I did as well as I did. I was throwing a pitch I'd never thrown in my entire life, and then a slider that was mediocre, but it was a good get me over, and a fastball that was 100. Like, I mean, what'd you expect out of me? You fucking idiots. Even though this is a Red Sox podcast.
It is a Red Sox podcast.
I've called them dumb before too.
Yeah.
I think it's fair.
So yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, it says a splitter. They loved your splitter, basically. Through the pitch in college, but had not done so as a professional until 2015. Throws with deceptive arm speed. Pitch shows late tumbling movement. Bottom falls out of the pitch at its best. Generates swings and misses. Potential out pitch at the big league level. Already shows plus to better potential.
Mm-hmm. I mean, when I was coming up, they told me that it was comparable to Koji's and Tanaka's.
Wow. I mean, Koji's splitter was arguably one of the best of all time, especially in 2013.
Yeah.
And they were like, fucking leave it at home.
Chuck it.
We don't want it.
Tell you, man.
No, I believe it.
You guys would be, maybe not Coley because you follow along, but it is shocking what guys will do what coaches will do in the minor leagues thinking they know what they're doing, and they just flat out do not.
Is there a coach in particular that made you stop, or does something like that, like say I'm like the pitching coach of the Portland Sea Dogs, not to like pick on the Sea Dogs. Yeah, I'm sure they have people that listen. Say I'm the pitching coach of the Sea Dogs, and I tell you to ditch your splitter. Is that my decision, or did like a farm director or like director of player development from up top relay that to me to relay to you based on video that they saw or something?
Yeah, you're probably in the conversation. If you brought it up, you're probably leading the conversation. Mm-hmm. But it's coming, especially in Boston, everything comes from up top.
Yeah.
But it's not coming from, like, when I was there, it wasn't coming from Sherrington.
Right.
It wasn't coming from, like, Dombrowski. It's coming from probably not even the farm director. It's probably coming, farm director's obviously in the meeting, but it's coming from the pitching coordinator.
Well, that would have been Mike Hazen.
No, Mike Hazen was, at that time, he was promoted above Ben Crockett. Crockett was the farm director when I was there. Mike Hazen, he
was the director of player development.
Okay, I guess I didn't know his title at the time. I just remember hearing about him.
Yeah.
But Croc was the farm director. He didn't have much to do with me. He was obviously in meetings with me, but that was about it. But the pitching coordinator is I think he might
so
be
many
the same.
fucking job titles. There's so many there's too many cooks in the goddamn kitchen because major league organizations are looking for any way to get an advantage legally, and they want to hire all the youngest and brightest baseball minds, and you've got to come up with 40 different job titles that essentially all mean the same thing so that everybody feels special, so that you can feel like you're moving up the ladder. Because if you don't feel like you're moving up the ladder, we might lose you to a different organization, and we want you to stay here because we think that you're smart and we think that you're special. And all that really does in the end, too many cooks in the kitchen, a lot of different opinions. And when there's a majority opinion, maybe you want to be the minority opinion because that means that you're smarter than the majority, especially if it works out. And your opinion just might be a lucky guess. And that's baseball front office for you.
It appears the biggest legal advantage any team can have, and I know some teams do this and they're typically better, listening to people, especially the people like, I don't know, throwing the fucking pitches. Like there like so many people, what it really boils down to is credit. People want credit for the idea, credit for being so smart. No one's like, the most successful person would be a person who's like taking other people's advice. And like, I'm not saying Pat throws a splitter and he's fucking Rivera 2.0, but like there's probably a longer career there. There's probably more confidence in other pitches on top of that. And it's like a give and take thing. I'm not saying like give the inmates the keys to the asylum or anything like that. But if a guy's like, hey, this is my best pitch, I know that for a fact. You guys like the pitch. I know you like the pitch. Why? I'm going to throw it. Let's see how that goes. And like, obviously you're not in the position to do that as a 22-year-old prospect, but as a coach or player development, any of these positions, you're certainly in a position to listen to people and be like, oh yeah, let's try this. I don't know why that doesn't happen more often. It seems fairly obvious to me.
The thing that people often forget in minor league baseball is that the coaches are also trying to move up the ranks.
Right.
So like they're trying, like, especially a guy like myself, you know, a well thought of prospect, a first rounder, you know, $1 million guy. And if you can say that you did this to get Pat to the next level, you know, now all of a sudden you're thought of as somebody. You're, you know, Carl Willis, or I think it was Carl that was the AAA pitching coach in Cleveland before coming over to the Red Sox. But yeah, you're thought of because you helped this guy. They're all on your resume. And people forget that stuff. And honestly, as players, you forget it. It's not until later in my career as I just get older that I'm like, these. I guarantee you, if you looked at statistics, minor league coaches fuck up more careers than they help.
Probably.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
They just mind fuck people. I remember when my first appearance in my first blown save of my career in AAA, I got pulled out of the game, and I didn't do so well. My walks were I was pissed about it, and I'm not a thinker. I hated thinking. And my AAA pitching coach at the time called me into a meeting for like 45 minutes and talked to me just about the walks. And from that moment on, like I never had control again. It was gone. Now, obviously, I overthought it. Sure. I should just let it go. But you can't coach everyone the same way that you fucking did it.
No.
That's why Wayne Gretzky was a terrible coach in the NHL. It's like, yeah, you just do this, and you fucking put it in the net, and that's it. It's very simple. No, Wayne.
Yeah. And like I said, this particular coach was a very cerebral coach. When he was pitching, he thought everything out to the T. But he was a crafty lefty. He wasn't throwing fucking 100.
Yeah.
That's not what we do when you throw 100.
It's true.
Just throw it, hopefully, around the plate, and you assume that the 100's probably going to beat you more times than you lose.
Did you try to like dot corners, or were you just like, I'm going to aim for the middle knowing it's not going there?
So remember, my fastball was bad. People could once you timed it, they got it. It wasn't like a great. It didn't ride true like a lot of people's 100. So I was trying to locate it, and I also was coming from my starting days where I could locate my fastball really well. Huh. So I was still trying to do that. So that was also kind of on me. I should have realized that the control is not going to be the same as it was when I was throwing 92, 93. But I once I started losing it, I was just like, just be anywhere fucking near the plate.
That must be such a mind fuck. Like, especially as a younger. Like, how old were you when you hit 100 for the first time?
It was 2000. I was in 2014, so I was in Salem when I hit the 100 for the first time. I hit 99 in college.
How old were you?
2014.
22?
I was 24, 23.
23.
So
23, 24.
23 years old. You can throw 100 miles an hour. If you broke it down, not even just like the people that play baseball, like the people in the world that are able to do that, the percentage would be mind blowing. You're in this super, super, super elite class of people that can throw 100 miles an hour. That would be such a mind fuck for me to be able to throw baseball, look up at the radar gun, see 100 miles an hour, and then be looking at professional hitters that can just like barrel it. I'd be like, what do you mean? Like, no. I throw 100. That means you swing and miss, and you look really stupid doing it. Like, I guess that's where like the splitter comes in, because you have to put a little wrinkle in, and you can't just go out there and blow 100. It's not like fucking Mariano Rivera's cutter. You can go out there and just throw one pitch, but it would baffle me to not be able to just dominate every level with 100 in the tank.
It baffled me too. That's the one interesting thing about the analytics of the game is when they talked about spin rate. When you supposedly the way the batter works is he sees it twice, sees it out of your hand, and then he sees it about 3/4 to halfway to the plate, and then his brain tells him where to swing, where the ball will end up. Because I had such a below average to average spin rate, his brain was right. All he had to do was time it. When you have those guys that say they throw risers, it's not actually rising. It's just has such a good spin rate that it stays higher longer and doesn't just go naturally down on a natural path. So hitters when their brain is saying it's supposed to be here, it's not there. That's why they swing underneath it.
Yeah.
That's why my splitter was so
Brett Phillips was saying that about Garrett Cole's fastball. He was like, every single time, he's like, I would be sitting fastball. Like, I'm ready for the fastball, and I would swing under it every single time. And that's the reason why.
He has a great spin rate.
Yeah, because he cheats.
Regardless of how he gets it, he does have a phenomenal spin rate.
Yeah, your friend Garrett. Yeah. Got to protect him.
Yankee fan, Pat Light.
Mm-hmm.
I have heard rumors, but I definitely, although this is a Red Sox podcast, I definitely do not accuse people of things that I do not know myself.
Right.
Especially something as big as that.
Yeah, no, he cheated.
The thing is, Jared, between you and I,
yep, sure.
You're a diehard Sox fan.
Yep.
If I happen to say now on record that he cheated, people are going to assume that I found out in a clubhouse.
Well,
I don't want people to assume that.
Where your ass would be covered is we know no one in Pittsburgh's cheating. Like, it's fairly obvious. You know what play I forgot happened? Oh, Jared's on the phone. Calling Garrett Cole, getting him to confess to cheating.
Have you ever used spider tap while pitching? I don't know. I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer that, to be honest.
Pat, do you think he cheated? I mean, can we just one more time? Just one more time.
Have you ever used spider tap while pitching? I don't know. I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer that, to be honest.
I mean, do you think he forgot if he did, or?
I don't know that he cheated.
Right.
He's also a Boris guy.
Right. Same team,
Jared.
Boris guys got to stick together. I get it.
What's great about that is he knew all day that those questions were coming, and he's still...
I don't know that he did.
It doesn't seem like he did. He doesn't.
No, he definitely. I think between his ego of being Garrett Cole and that setting, like, that's like a media day at the All-Star game question. To be sitting in front of a room of your own hometown reporters and to be point blank asked, "Hey, did you use like when did
But
like
the whole
any
league was getting. He wasn't the first to get asked.
No, I think he was like the second. Like the first one
Might have
was
been
like
second.
Glasnow, maybe.
Glasnow, I don't know if Glasnow was first. He was definitely the one like, yeah, dude, we're all fucking doing it. Like Glasnow,
Well,
handled
Glasnow
it
wasn't using
correctly.
spider tack. Glasnow was using like fucking
Sunscreen.
rosin and sunscreen, yeah,
Right.
which is just different. And guys use I think he said like maybe like bullfrog. Yeah,
Bullfrog,
guys use bullfrog. It's just it's a completely different substance. Like it's we've talked about this fucking so much.
A million times, yeah.
A billion times about the difference between bullfrog and rosin and spider tack. But me personally, I don't think Garrett Cole thought that he would be asked that question by one of his hometown reporters. Clearly, he was very caught off guard by the question.
Yeah, I think there's a stern talking to coming from the Yankees PR.
Sure.
Whoever's head of the PR, he or she needs to,
I think
either have to prepare him for that,
Right.
or corral the media, not allow those questions, stop them. Okay, no, Garrett's not answering that.
You can't.
There's got to be. You have to protect.
That's
him
way
from
worse.
I mean,
you still have to protect him. No comment. We're not talking about that stuff today.
I get what you're saying. He's a grown man. Like
yeah, but still, you're telling me the Yankees PR guy saying no, we're not answering questions about that today is worse than that clip?
It's a pretty bad clip.
Also, it's a terrible clip.
I think even if you're Garrett Cole and in Garrett Cole's position, I still would have felt like, well, I don't think anyone's just going to point blank ask me. I would still have a response prepared in my head on the off chance that somebody did, because somebody did.
The point blankness of it is like, even if someone's dancing around it and asking a question in that ballpark, like you've got to have an answer, like you're saying, ready for something in that general vicinity. Even if he gave an answer that was like, well, he kind of didn't answer the question there, but he just said it like a normal human talks. Yeah. I think everyone's like, yeah, that was acceptable. But he was like, my mother's dead. Like, he didn't understand what was being said to him. Yeah. He was like, what do you mean? That was all-time terrible.
I would say maybe the worst.
Yeah, it was really bad.
Got caught with his pants down.
Oh, you couldn't believe it.
Dick out.
You asked me that question? I don't.
Spider what?
Yeah. It was like Brandon Walker. He did Brandon Walker, the first time he ever got seen by any of us was just attacked on a live stream like that. Brandon Walker handled that better than Garrett Cole handled his like 7,000th career post game.
I would say that Brandon Walker handled that situation better than. I mean, to have that happen where you're doing a live stream, and it would be different if he wasn't familiar with Dave. He was familiar with Dave, so he knows like how Dave can get when he's angry. And he was in Dave's, or thought he was in Dave's crosshairs, did not know why, and still was like, I love Barstool. Like I love Dave. Love everything Dave does. Ended up with a job. I mean,
yeah,
flawless. I would say flawless execution. The polar opposite of what Garrett Cole did.
He instantly raised the white flag. Instantly, immediately. Yeah. He was like, listen, this is not my fight. I don't know what the fight is. I just know it's not mine.
No.
And then
what
it was
the
like,
name of that company? Bet some.
No. I don't want to say one that it wasn't that we've done business with before. Was it My Bookie?
Yes. Yeah.
My Bookie. Yeah. You know, just Brandon Walker just living his life, and then the next day he lived in New York.
Yeah. What a fucking story.
That's a really funny story.
Yeah. The Brandon Walker biopic is gonna be outstanding. It's 1:09 a.m. Jake, how about a voicemail?
Hey guys, I just wanted to say to Pat that I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. I think I speak for everyone when I say, be better. That is all. Love you guys. Bye.
I love that. You know, people forget. A lot of female listeners here, Pat.
Well,
You
what
know,
I was
just-
going to say, Jared, like,
female
how do you feel? You usually demand the female voicemails up off the top. How do you feel about them coming in at the back end now?
I feel fine.
Okay.
Just because I don't think we screened these. So honestly, it's incredible that we've aired every single voicemail and none of them were like, oh man, we got to edit that out.
Yeah. Empty the bench real quick. No Red Sox news really. No, but when Pat said crafty left-hander, I remembered that we signed Dick Mountain, which I completely forgot about.
Yeah, we did.
Up until minutes ago.
Yeah. I mean, that's going to be a very easy to orchestrate Section 10 interview.
Great.
He's very personable and just very, very chill dude.
Well,
Former teammate.
Milton.
Former teammate.
When we first re-signed him, it was 2015 in AAA. I was in Pawtucket.
Great guy. You think he'd remember you?
I did speak to him quite a bit that year. Maybe. I'm not really sure. He got signed late. I think he was an August sign. And so remember, minor league season ends only a couple weeks later.
Yeah.
And he's played quite a bit since then.
He's had a lot of teammates.
Yeah, a lot of teammates since. So maybe I don't know.
He played for like the Long Island Mallards or some shit.
Yeah, that's where he came over from.
He was working out with the fucking Milton AAU Legion team or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, then he got called. He did amazing for us.
Yeah.
And then I pitched really poorly. Because usually it's like going into your 40-man year, you get called up in September because they want to get a taste of you. And they decided to call Dick Mountain up over me, which I totally get.
Great call.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then I would go on to play in Puerto Rico with our good friend Alex Cory.
Yeah. Who we will also have on after the lockout.
Which I haven't talked to Alex in a long time.
Will he remember you?
Yeah.
Well, I think in addition to that, my manager's always paying attention to what's going on the 10. I don't know if he's sitting down for 4-hour casts. Maybe he is. Because I know a lot of there are a lot of nights in Puerto Rico where my manager Alex Cora will just pop on a game from the 2018 playoff run and he'll sit there and watch the whole fucking thing. He loves it. Like, I don't know that he's if you're gonna sit down and watch a 4-hour playoff game, if it's the same experience to sit down and watch a 4-hour episode of Section 10 on the Section 10 YouTube channel, please go like and subscribe. Comment down below. Who knows if he's doing that? But I wouldn't put it past him. I really wouldn't. Especially because like COVID is a motherfucker in Puerto Rico, like it is everywhere. But I mean, especially there. So I mean, he's probably not going anywhere. So shout out to my manager if you're watching this. You want to do another voicemail and get out of here?
Yeah, one more.
All right, let's do one more.
Hey, Light. Call screen, buddy. Coming in from Cal from the 607. I swear to God, if you were not at the podcast 20 minutes early for every show going forward, I'll pull out my goddamn Saugus rocket and I'll fucking...
You didn't even finish it. That's a threat. But here's the thing. Pat was basically 20 minutes early.
He was.
So you don't have to pull that thing on him. Mm-hmm. You know? Jake, do you have your segment?
Well, I pretty much this week wanted to use my segment to give props to Pat for. It's not easy to just sit here for 4 hours at this point and just have voicemails rain down on you from people, all of which are pretty angry. So I think he deserves a little pat on the back for that.
Yeah. Hey.
Thank you, guys. Can I say what my favorite voicemail was?
Yeah, sure.
Sebastian, government employee. Phenomenal voicemail.
Where is he from?
He is from Bedingfield, Missouri.
What is the significance of Bedingfield? Like, is there something?
Oh, well, it's a big place where a bunch of New Jersey people migrated over to Missouri because of a governmental office. There's also the FBI, CIA, and the SEC, which Sebastian works in all three of them.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Busy guy. Shocking has time for voicemails.
You wouldn't believe how busy he is.
Yeah. I think it's crazy, honestly, that we didn't screen any of these voicemails. There were north of 7,000 of them, and somehow Sebastian's got selected. That
Crazy.
truly is the luck of the draw.
Truly is.
Because, I mean, first of all, thank you to everyone that called in and left a voicemail. And
Well,
I'm sure
you don't need
there's...
to thank everyone.
No, thank you
No, they
to
were all
everyone
Oh,
who left a voicemail. Every single one of you. I'm sorry if we didn't get to your... Like, there's just no way that we could have played all 7,000 email. Why he was fucking saying emails, voicemails.
Not that smart.
Not. And it's also... It's late at this point.
Mhm.
The 9 p.m. podcast became the 1:16 a.m. podcast real quick. We
Eastern
tried to do a
Standard
quick 40.
Happens.
We didn't get there. Maybe next week. Next time on the 10. Quick 40. Next week.
Quick
looking
40.
forward to it. Yeah, just a svelte 40. Next week. Looking forward to it. Pat, thank you for being a good sport.
my pleasure.
You know, it was I don't feel too bad that for literally the longest episode in Section 10 history was made all about you. Think about that. This is our 447th episode. We've been around for 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. This will be our 8th season? What the fuck? This will be our 8th season coming up. A lot of episodes. A lot of baseball. And the longest episode in history was basically all about Pat.
Yeah. A roast, if you will.
Let's do one more, Jake, if you would. It's got to be at least one more.
Well, there was 7,000.
What's up, boys? This is Caleb from Florida, diehard Red Sox fan. One thing I wanted to ask you guys is, we know the whole Alex Verdugo thing, dude wants to pitch next year in a little relief role, but what I'm saying is, fuck that. Give me Bobby Dahlbeck on the mound. I don't know if y'all have seen his college stats out of Arizona. I mean, dude was up to 96, throwing cheese, and had, I think, a sub 3.7 ERA every year of his college career. Dude was unreal. I think he should be on the mound.
All right, that's not at all what we wanted. That's not at all what we wanted. We can't end on that. We can't
Love
end on
that.
that.
Oh,
We
that
can't
was
end
great.
on that.
that was Bobby Dahlbeck calling in, being like, "Hey, what if that guy pitched?"
Yeah. He's actually nasty for Arizona.
I'm sure he was.
He was. He's an athlete. Runs fast. Jake, let's do one more.
He was our fastest guy.
The fastest. Can't end on that.
Crazy.
Yeah, so my plan was to have it start with bad ones, progress to good ones, and sort of end off there. But once we hit the 2 or 2.5 hour mark, I really have to start digging into a couple of the reserves. So yeah, that's why a couple of those are going to start coming out. But
that's okay.
Here we go. Yeah.
Hey there, Pat. What the fuck, man?
That's it?
I see where that was a reserve.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Well, thank you to everyone who called, left a voicemail. Pat for being a good sport. Coley for wearing that hat. Jake did a great job with the voicemails tonight. We're sorry that we just left you with a definitely north of 4 hour episode. So good. You say good luck, Coley.
I mean, rest in peace. I don't want to say it at the end.
That's true.
But rest in peace, Jim Corsi.
Jim Corsi. I never had the pleasure of meeting him, but a few of my friends have spent time with him, and they could not have said or spoken more highly of him. The person that he was. I saw the video that went out when he was mic'd up on opening day 2004. And a lot of the people that did know him were like, yeah, if you want a little preview of what his personality was like, that's the perfect video to check out. Lou Merlone was talking about him on the radio today and like couldn't even get through the segment because, I mean, that's how you measure the impact of someone. You're talking about him the day that he passes and they can't even finish their sentence. So rest in peace, Jim Corsi. We gotta lighten the mood before we get out of here though, Jake. How about one more voicemail?
Hi, this message is for the Section 10 podcast. My name is Jennifer Everly. I am a super huge fan. I have been listening to you all for the last 2 years. I was sad to see Steve leave, but I was super excited for Pat Wyatt. Pat, you need to be on time. Do better. Be better. But I do appreciate your commentary on the last podcast. You were much more engaged, and I enjoyed listening to you all. Thank you, and have a good day.
Aw, that was a very nice voicemail. Did it seem like she wrote that down? It seemed like she like wrote it down to make sure that she hit all of her points that she wanted to make. I feel like she was like she wanted to reprimand Pat and be like, be better, but she also wanted to compliment him and say, you know what, here are some of the things I like about you.
Yeah,
which was very nice. It was very considerate. Yeah,
almost felt like a middle school guidance counselor.
Yes. Yeah, it's like here's your report card. It's like listens attentively, uses time wisely, but also is good with building blocks.
Those are all positives.
Well, no, if you have that box checked, that means that you don't use your time wisely.
Oh, gotcha. Nah, I gotcha.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll be back next week. Hopefully by then, the contract drama will have a resolution to it. I wouldn't sweat it too much if you are one of the fucking 600 people tweeting or DMing me being like, bro, you leaving? You leaving, bro? People at Barstool texted me being like, hey, man, good luck. It was a pleasure working with you. Big ups,
Dave.
It's been a pleasure. Like you're gonna land on your feet, dude. You're gonna land on your feet. You'll be fine.
That would be very funny if Dave was like, you'll go get him.
Yeah.
Best of luck. It's tough out there.
Everything's gonna be Gucci. Hey, if you need a place to crash, you still got me. Yeah. All right. So we'll see you. See you next week, Pat. Any final thoughts about this episode before we get out of here?
Thank you for everyone for calling in.
Mm.
I gotta say it went better than expected.
Yeah,
I thought it'd be worse. The fans, as expected, are very nice people.
Yeah.
Some of them were not in any way nice, but there were a few in there that I particularly enjoyed. So thank you to the 7,500 plus people that called in.
All right, see you next week.
See you.
Buenas noches, amigos.